Morning, guys. Just a heads up, I'm going to be a little bit later this morning, okay? So maybe around, I don't know, 9:15, 9:20. So just a heads up. All right, guys, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for, what do we know, Friday, August the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. I know I popped in a little bit earlier. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you. And thank you, Pepe, also. Now, William, by the way, you look like you kept the room open quite late yesterday, about 3:30 or so. We may have lost the screen sharing. I didn't turn it off, but I seem to have a media disconnect, one of those media disconnects. So I'm not sure the screen sharing was working all the way till when you actually closed the room. All right. What is happening this morning? WETO. How about that? WETO. See if there's any news on this one. I cannot see any news on it. The news is this: 807,000 in the float. Yeah, so that's what happened, William. It wasn't on my end. Well, it was my end, but I didn't turn it off. One of those media disconnects, and unfortunately, that's what happened. So WETO, low float, 807,000 in the float. Let me get it on. Is it over the VWAP? Yes, it is. Okay, so this could be interesting. Right now, it is still hanging over the VWAP. There's the purple line right there. It's hanging over the VWAP, so it hasn't completely and utterly collapsed. I don't see any news on it. See if there's anything I can find. No, don't see any news on it. So I would be definitely watching this one, guys. The longer it holds over the VWAP, the weekly chart, the next high in a weekly chart is 1431. What did it get up to this morning? Got up to 1178. So certainly there's still some room on a weekly chart for it to run. The stakehouse, or stakeholder, sorry, stakeholder. Well, this is big pop, but now the drop way below the VWAP. That's why I like the WETO a little bit better right now. Morning, Shaw. And Lias Hussein, or pronounce people's names. Okay, what I want to see here on this INV, why is this down so much? Is this, it's an earnings play. Wow, this is an earnings play down 40% on earnings. Yikes. Cheap stock, 365 down to 214. But this is an earnings play. All right, give me one moment, guys. All right, so WINV, so this is the definitely one of them anyway, the disaster du jour. Looking at the SPY is we're in for, well, basically a modest pop, or really it's basically flat, only 70 cents, hanging at the VWAP right now. MVIS. Just trying to always find out why. Oh, okay, so they're doing an offering, a $17 million private placement. So that is, and at 250 a share. What is the price right now? Price is, yeah, well, it's a little underneath the offering price, 227. So AKAN, so what did it do? After hours, it got up to 1165. That's after hours yesterday. And that's, no, I'm wrong. Actually, yeah, no, that's after hours yesterday. This morning at 4 o'clock, around 4 o'clock, it hit that post-market high again, 1138, but it has faded ever since, and now it's underneath the VWAP. See if there's any news on that one. Trading higher after the company, announced its subsidiary, First Towers and Fiber, provided an update on its operational milestones and expansion progress. Okay, so that is your news on AKAN, another very low float. Most of these are not shortable for me. I want to see if I doubt if the WETO is shortable for me. Still hanging over the VWAP though. We just do a quick check of the sectors. Okay, I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. Click on Dock Channel Bar. All these are theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the Show More down to the sectors and see what's happening with the sectors, the major sectors. Who's hot and who's not? So silver and gold, excuse me, not weak. Silver's up. Silver's the top sector right now, only at 1% from yesterday's close, but it is up. And let's see who's the worst one. Home builders, XHB, nothing dramatic, but there's at a glance before the 9:30 open, you can kind of see what's happening. Let's check to see if there's any big pop that we haven't seen on any stock, either on the way up. Western Digital, WDC. Let's see if there's any volume. Actually, there's some volume, 291,000 shares. So Western Digital, and this is not an earnings play, but WDC. Just looking to see if there's any other specific news for WDC being the strongest in the technology sector. Who's worst? Matt. There's got to be an ETF for this one, right? This is an earnings play. AMAT. This is an earnings play. Anybody know if there's a company ETF? I could look it up, but if somebody's already done that, is there a company ETF for AMAT? AMAU, thank you, Marvin, and sort of William. So this is, well, it doesn't really matter. As long as it's shortable. Yeah, shortable. 61,000 shares for me anyway at Interactive Broker. So here's another way in which you can play. Instead of having to buy a $500 stock or whatever it is, to two times long. AMAU, two times long. Okay. Jot that one down. Thank you, guys. No, you did not. Well, maybe you did mean AN. Well, I don't think you did, but let's see. I want to make sure. No, okay. So it is AMAU. Okay. Well, good to know. I mean, this is down the most. It's an earnings play. So let's see if there's any other disasters here I haven't looked at. Nothing on the way up. Um, Wayfair, not bad, 3.8%. HSIC, any volume? No volume. Okay. Only 6 shares. So you see what I'm doing? I'm basically just looking at the individual, some of these individual sectors, checking to see if there's anyone that the one that's up the most. Is it up a lot? Take a look to see what might be happening, and then scroll down and see what one is down the most. So that's how we found the AMAT. And I'll look at this. I'll look at this layout. Try to remember to do it around 10:15 to see if anything has changed. All right, let's take a look at some of these races right now. Capricorn, wow, up 90%. Well, it is right there. Okay, it is up on 90%. CAPR jumps after FDA review update. Cantor upgrade. See what Cantor is. FDA willing to review BLA amendment. So this is all about the FDA. FDA agreeing to review their new Duchenne drug data. Hmm. Lunar, I think, is an earnings play today, guys. No, that was an earnings play yesterday. So well, pretty big jump anyway. 6% jump for Lunar. Of course, all tied in with SpaceX. No, they don't have anything specifically to do with SpaceX, but it was in the sector, and of course, with SpaceX, all the excitement pre IPO. A lot of these stocks did exactly this, and then the IPO comes out, and a lot of stocks did exactly this. Monica, where are you? I wonder if you're into this one or following this one. MDXH, just over 50 cents. That's why it's showing up here. That's my lowest. MDXH. Let's see if there's any news on this one. Oh, it's actually an earnings play. Is that a Germany? Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Germans. It's out of Belgium. Sorry, excuse me. So this is an earnings play. For whatever reason, I'm sure they lose money. One minute to the open. Yeah, thank you, William. All right, guys, let's have a great end to this trading week. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. So what I'll do now is All right, we have now 5 seconds. All right, guys. Market is now, well, the 9:30 open is upon us. Just looking at the SPY right now. See if we can hold that VWAP area. Wow, you know that cheap one I just talked about, MDXH, had a big pop up to 70 cents. What a what a jump for a mat, guys. I don't know if you guys were shorted, but look at the again. This is AMAU. Here's how you can play it if you want to. If you thought that it would continue higher, or you can short this if you think it's this is a momentary pop up, but that is a big pop up. Anybody who was short that has to have been knocked out because your stop would have got hit. Well, Monica, where were you? MDXH. You did not see it. Okay. I just think about you every time I see one of these stocks that are around 50 cents. Look at this, and it just got halted. So are you saying very good, Barry? I did not see it, and then when I pointed it out, you were able to take it. Is that what that means? Oh, okay. Keep an eye on the WITO, guys. The WITO looks like it's still trying to hold over the VWAP. Okay, trying to hold over the VWAP. WETO. Let's see what the spread is like. Spread is not terrible for a stock that's going to be very, very volatile. Not terrible, but it is early. Waiting for these two here. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:35, but that is by design. No, NBIS. Okay, this is a way you can play it. NBIL. Interesting day. It got up to $39, but it's now this is the two-time ETF, but it really sold off. I'm trying to come back again right now. Okay, WITO gave up the VWAP. Okay, WETO gave up the V, and in fact gave it up, and it got halted on the way down. Barely gave it up. Okay, barely. Let's see where it opens. Stakeholder ST KH again, tempting teasing at the VWAP. Now, where is this one going to open? All right, quick check of the market. Nothing's really happening. The SPY is basically flat. The Qs are basically flat. The Dow's down a little. So nothing dramatic on the open. Okay, so here we've got some of the daily trend reversal. So how about this AKAN? What is this doing? 80, a little too late. How about the Merlin here? But it is early. AKAN. So the trigger was at 8:05. Refresh my memory. Oh yeah, right. Some subsidiary of theirs did an update. Yeah, wow, good one. If you took it, not 8:05, you got close to 8:05. Now, if you took it, be aware there's the VWAP right up there, so it could stall. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so I could not take this one. This was a potential short. Remember, if it's on yellow, potential short, powder blue, potential long, but there were no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for the VCX. Too bad, $31. Spread was awful though. Boy, that what a bounce for this weirdness. Okay, how about Merlin? Let's see. Merlin is 375. There are shares available. LFS 247. What's happening from that price? Nothing yet. Very choppy, very choppy. Yeah, I mean, if it took out 255, there are a couple of daily highs there. Then the next high would be up here, and the 200-day moving average. Not a ton of room for the LFS. Boy, look at SpaceX. This is such a difficult, in my opinion, intraday trader. Ahead of the market open, looked pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. And look at the big sell, 44 down to 40. Well, 144 down to 140. Will that 140 hold it again? Yesterday, that's what happened. It got down to 139.70 or so. Call it 140. That was a low yesterday. Will it hold it again today? Or will it take it out? And then the next low down here is 133. WETO. Market is barely positive. Look at Oscar go. OSCR, Oscar, but coming into, in my opinion, potentially a lot of resistance on that weekly chart. Must have put this on yesterday. This price alert for Bloomin yesterday, BLMN. I think this was wasn't not an well, yeah, that's right. Right, because this is an earnings play. Really great reaction to earnings. Whoa, there's the SpaceX now, guys. SpaceX is now underneath that low of yesterday. Look out. Yeah, look out. Look out. I mean, let's see if it can reclaim 140, but remember, if you thought SpaceX was going to continue down, you could buy this. This is like shorting SpaceX, okay? What a move. All right, so I do see that MDXH did get up to $1, but came right back down. Well, if it can reclaim $1, look at the weekly chart. There's a ton of room on a weekly chart. 211 is the next high. So I have to put a price alert up here. See if it takes out $1 again. I know this is an AI one from our AI. I'm going to see if it gets back over $1. Pretty. I'll have to say. I mean, I think that's kind of ridiculous. You have an entry price of $1 and a stop at 97 cents. Yeah, pretty tight. I know it's a $1 stock, but still. Okay, so Weedo's trying to come back a little bit, guys. WETO, I think it's still hanging around the VWAP. I'm not saying that this may not be over. I'm going to put a price alert just over the VWAP and see if it can get over the VWAP. Talking about the WETO. I don't think this is going to be shortable for me. This XHG, no. Okay, Spy's having a little bit of a pop here, guys. Again, right at the VWAP. So look what happened. There's a great example of how the VWAP can act as resistance. Look what happened with the AKAN. We talked about that. 805 was the alert. Look what it got to. Got right into the VWAP, and that acted as resistance on the way up. Mercury yesterday. This was an AI play from us yesterday. Wow, really selling off now. All right. Well, there is the Wheato back at the VWAP area. I had a price alert a little bit above it. It did hit it. All right. Now StubHub, I think StubHub was an earnings play yesterday. I got hammered down, but look what it did. Actually, it traded well. I mean, it was it closed down 5% yesterday, but look what it did. I mean, I got down to 676, but it closed at the high up here. Micro, oh, it's too cheap. I'm really interested in StubHub, guys. We've got room here, 855 next high. I'm not saying to anybody to take the trade, but I am interested in it. Hint. Yeah, so Weedo, yeah, so it did get back over the VWAP in a big way and now halted on the way up. These are more expensive ones in the reversals on the way down. So FGI, is it going to get halted? Just give me a moment. I'll see what's happening. No, it doesn't look like it's getting halted right now. This was the big one yesterday, of course. Got up to $19. Closed down here at 11. Come on, stub. Take out 8. I might have to take some off right now, guys, in case I can't take out 8. Hold on a little bit in case it does take out 8 in a bigger way. It takes it out at all, first of all. Maybe induce it, put a little price alert at 802 and see if I can induce it upwards. Okay, here's a cheaper one. BLSH. BLSH. What's the next low looking left? Is 24. So there's room. Come on, stub. Every time I see it here, that's what I want to see. This is the repeating version of it. All right. A little break of 8 now. Let's see. And it go now. For all the reasons it was down. What gave me a little more confidence is the fact that people were willing to buy it and close it near the hive yesterday, even though it ended up down for the day. I was looking to short this one potentially, but the spread is not good. 22.82, 23.25. So the spread is not good for the Bruin. A lot of shares available, but so I've actually got my gap continuation or reversal scan on my other monitor, giving me some. I usually would like to run this one during earnings season, and for whatever reason, I didn't really do it. Where's Richard? Are you in the room today, Richard? You said you liked that scan. Boy, SpaceX. I mean, once it took out 140, guys, I did not take it. I did not. I should have. But, wow, everything is. I should have in retrospect, but yeah, I mean, once it took out that 140. Okay, looking at this one as a potential short, guys. IMXI. Let's see now. Is it an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Had a big jump yesterday. I don't know why. It wasn't earnings. Big jump yesterday. IMXI. Pretty low float. A lot of shares available to short. Whoa. Okay. There's the MDXH now back at $1. What do you think, Monica? Are you going to take this one? I mean, it has got a lot of room. Hmm. Okay. Come on, Stub. You're trying to hold 8. Okay, the spread has tightened up a little bit now for that one. The BLSH. Not shortable for me. Isn't this the one that you can't buy either at IB box L BOXL? But it's not shortable for me. Well, this is an earnings play. It looked pretty good in the pre-market, but it has been selling off. CAPR been selling off. You know, this is, of course, the one that I did extremely well on a quite a long hold for me, the DXYZ, tied in. No, there's the WTEO trend reversal. Let's see. Wow, man, it's I mean, you got to be careful, guys. I mean, look at that float, 657,000 is incredibly volatile. I mean, just check out the time and sales. So, you know, the rapidity of action. I mean, this is got to be really careful with this one. Well, I'm glad I didn't take it. So MDXH just got halted on the way down. Okay, I'm glad I didn't take it. Tap down and go. Okay. Okay. All right, guys. Oh, just give me a moment. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Back. So the IMXI guys, I was able to get some. I'm out of the StubHub. Okay, StubHub is now under $1, so it was sort of a wasn't bad, nothing fabulous, but I'm in the IMXI on a short. Talking about that one a little bit earlier. Wanted to see if we could take out 14. This is a what we call a gap up and reverse. What the float is for ONFO, I guess it was answered. We have 830,000, and usually the provider we use for this is usually bang on. So this is why it jumped. Climb a New York approval for Western Union deal. Okay, that's why it jumped. All right, guys, what time is it now? 10:02. So it is time for me to go over my homepage. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top. If you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you can do so right now or in the future. Please use my code. Okay, the code right now it's a 15% off, 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter what plan you pick, either our standard or our premium service. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room right here. Okay. Here's the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now, you want to come into a room that is has a lot more action in it, you can come into this room, the trading room. It is free also. Also, it's open around 7 o'clock a.m. So if you're looking for some interaction with other traders during the pre-market, come into this room. Thank you, William or Chris, depends on who gets there first, for opening it up. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's a little early for me. So I get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15, and that's for both YouTube and the main room. If you keep scrolling down a bit, you can sign up for the trade of the week. Right here, it is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. So if you clicked on my homepage link, go down to the education section, because if you're taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is mandatory. You do this first, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're thinking about getting it, what I would do is I would start off with that second video, go to the end, should give you an idea about whether or not something you might want to try. The program is not necessarily for everybody. So that's why I would look at these videos first. And if you want to try us out for a month, go ahead. You can always unsubscribe after a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. Okay. Yeah. So the money machine is not active. Okay. It's only active in simulation mode, Nick. Okay. That is the reason. Okay. And if you're asking me when it's going to happen, I have no idea. Yeah, I wish I could tell you a little bit more, but it's been, it's been in development for almost 2 years now. So custom scans. So if you're looking for my scans, guys, and I now have I have this one on my other monitor. I'm going to be using this for a while now, the gap continuation or reversal scan. But here are the scans and races, etc., that I'm currently sharing. So this is the race you see. This race over here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is this one here. Upside versus downside movers is up here. The trend reversals, two sort of versions of it. This is the don't repeat version. So I'm only going to see the stock one time. This looks like a pretty good one so far. This is where you'll see it. This is the version that you would get if you load it on the daily trend reversals. Okay, where you'll see the stock over and over again as it keeps making a new high. If it does, here it's just, I like this because I can go back and say, well, what happened from that alert? I know the time and I know the price. What happened? Pre-market act is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. And also resumes is over here. And this is the gap continuation or reversal scanner. Okay, so you can, I do have it up and running. I do have 3 other scans that I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at them. So any questions, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, feel free. Well, I guess I should have taken the LFS. I didn't. I thought there might be two. I was looking at this resistance right here, potential resistance right there. Didn't install it at all. So now that's the VWAP. Sorry, that's the 200-day moving average. That might be the block. If you took this one, congratulations. If you took it anywhere close to the 247 and it gets up to 280, but that is a 200-day moving average. So that could be the block. Okay, guys. So things have settled down a little bit now for me. Well, that was an ugly one, this MDXH. I mean, trying to get through one. I mean, it was great if you were down here at 52 cents. You had a double from 52 to $1, but now it looks like it's just going to fade away. Wheato, wow, Wheato is really giving it. Look at this. I mean, it got up to $13 and right back down to 9.80. Okay, now this is a gap up and go. So gap up and go. Let's take a look at this one. It's an earnings play from yesterday. So it's a big continuation here, guys. Big continuation. The only thing that's stopping me really is the VWAP is a little bit, maybe a little bit close. So just to go over this scan a little bit here, okay? So this is the multi-strategy window. And what does that mean? Most of the main use of a multi-strategy window, especially if you don't have a lot of screen space, you can take different alert windows and put them in one window. So if I right click and hover over strategies, these are just individual scans, a gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. Okay, they're just individual scans that I could have as alert windows, like this is an alert window, but I've taken them all and I've put them into one window. I have screen space, but what sometimes I like to do is put similar strategies. Okay, these are all gap type strategies, so I put them in the one window. So what are they looking for? A gap up and go, and I've color coded them. I probably should get. I don't even need this the name, but the gap up and go. So stock gapped up, and then at the time of the alert, it kept moving higher. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going like this one right here. Okay, so it gapped up. Then the time of the alert, it was moving higher. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going that way, but that's what happened at the time of the alert. Gap down and reverse. Saw it gap down and started to reverse. Doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing. Gap up and reverse. Saw it gapped up and then started to reverse. And then the same thing doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing. Then the gap down and go, that's usually a real beaten up stock. Saw it gap down and then it kept moving down at the time of the alert. So that's what these four are all about. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. I'm not seeing too much. Now, understanding, of course, that just because something says a gap down in reverse and it was reversing, say, doesn't mean that you can't turn around and short it. Remember, there was a reason it was down. I mean, in this particular case, I'm just looking at this one specifically, but TSSI was down because of earnings. It's still baked in. It's not it's not like it's all rosy. It's still down 18%. So you could look at these and say, you know what? Okay, I see it's a gap down and reverse, but you know what? 10 might block it. I may short it. Okay. Same thing with a gap down and go. I mean, at some point, maybe it finds support. And I'm not saying you don't take it in the direction, but you can also look at it in a different way. Lots of different ways to trade. Well, guess what, guys? This was the massive miss right here. AEHL. I was 10:04. I think I was just sort of starting my. Look at that, $5, 638 right here. That's the massive miss for me. Hmm. Well, is this shortable? Not probably not shortable. Yeah, I mean there's 1,400 shares available. It's got halted, right? What a wow. You guys are just doing a little rearranging that window, that gap continuation window. So I mean, here's another. Now, a lot of these, of course, if you're going to play reversal play, I mean, and especially if it doesn't have any news, but this has news because it is an earnings play. Wow, look at that. Son of a. I was looking to take this one, CAPR. This is an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, CAPR is an earnings play. was a gap up and go. It's going to hold over 8. I think if it holds over 8, it might. It's over the VWAP now, and it hold over 8. Another earnings. Wow. Be interesting. I mean, this is another earnings play. JCAP, JSEAP, coming right into that high right there. As in that month, there was a daily high right at the top here. So it's almost basically that's a lifetime high. Right, we're at a lifetime high right now. Okay. Boy, another cheap one, guys. I did not take this one, but there you can see there's the original alert, 247. So, if you have this, you don't have to wait for me to say you should take this or not take it. You have to do your own analysis. I mean, I looked at that. I thought maybe that 250 would block it, and then I kind of lost sight of it. But that's a great percentage move, 247 to 288, and spread is fine. It's a penny, and this is just a simple reversal play. A daily reversal play. One day down big, the next day up big. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, it's I don't mean simple to trade necessarily, but that's what it's looking for. Okay. And meanwhile, it's just two just absolute monsters from it. I mean, these. How about what did the AKAN do anything? 805 hasn't done anything yet. So it's possible. I think this is the one where I looked and said, well, maybe the VWAP's going to stop it. A little too choppy. This is a gap up and reverse, but to me, it's a little too choppy. There is something nice about pouring a cup of coffee, isn't there? As a sound. Wow, LFS. So I got to keep an eye on the AKAN. I mean, it hasn't. Well, it just jumped. It just jumped. AEBI. Okay, where could this go? The next low is 1266. Spread, not good. You always have to check the spread. 1291, 20-cent spread on a $13 stock. Don't like it. Boy, should have had more resolve on that SpaceX. All right, Mind Forge, a great name. Um, what we've got here is room, I guess. I mean, the high, a lot of room. Crazy action on this one in the pre-market, got up to $27. What's the spread like? Not great, but for a stock that could run, two, three, four, $5. But you got to be so careful. Just look at the rapidity of sales, and look. I mean, it's you got to be so careful. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to shy back off that one. Okay, guys, QXO looks interesting to me. It's breaking down. It is an earnings play. Yes, it's an earnings play today. It's gone slightly negative. It was positive. This is a classic gap up and reverse. It's gone negative. And when you look left, it's got a little bit of room, 1447. So has about 30 cents to that next low. Well, I like to do, I like what you first said, Juan. See you guys money. But okay, see you Monday. I didn't short this one, but the KLC, a little cheap for me, but the KLC is definitely drifting down. Our AI is having a miserable day today. I have to see if any of the reentries are looking decent. Remember, I'm mentioning this JCap a little earlier, guys. Gap up and go. That it's at well, it gap up and went. I didn't take it. It's an all-time high now. Just had to take this out right there. That was the high, all-time high right there. Took it out. Now, reversal plays you would think will work a lot better when the market is doing something like this. I'm not saying that all these stocks follow the market, but a reversal play when the market is at least drifting down a little bit as opposed to ripping higher probably work a lot better. Speaking of which, so that's the MBGL. This is another gap up and reverse. Come on, QXO. I'm waiting on. Well, I'm not waiting. I'm in it, but I want to see if it can give me a little bit more. There's another one, gap up and reverse. Got a little bit of room down to here. Wow, LFS, what a probably the best one in terms of a percentage move. 247 to 315. The AKN did not do anything, and then of course we had StubHub give me like a modest one. This one was probably still up. This actually might be the best one percentage wise. AEHL. Well, if you're in this one, guys, look at this. So I know I think I've shown this screen. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, and this is showing me the halt price and the stock, of course, 638. This call, I'm trying to show you where it could open. Now, it doesn't have to open here, of course, but if you're in this one right now, what you do want to see is a number greater in this column than your halt price, which right now that's what's happened or happening. Typically, they are 5-minute halts, and it just opened. Wow, it just opened. Oh man, what a miss! What a miss! So here's the explanation of what you're seeing. So this is this one. Okay, it's a reversal. So if the stock is between 1 and 60, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. 150,000 shares minimum. That'll be up 1% from the close, yesterday's close. This is sort of the key one. It had to have closed down at least 5%. So you can see so obviously if it's 1% above the previous close, there's a bit of a reversal happening. Most of the time it's going to be way more. It's all because it's also got to be above the high of yesterday. It's got to be above the high of yesterday. So these three filters are what creates this sort of a look. Now, this is dramatic, of course, but that's what it's looking for. And the only other thing I've done now, if you load it from my homepage, I changed it. If you load it from my homepage, the price I had was 2 to 60. You can change it if you want. I changed it to 1. The other thing I did change is that I had, if you load it from my homepage, you're going to see that the alert occurred at least 10 minutes after the open. I changed that to 5. What does that mean? It means I don't want to see alerts right at 9:30. Okay, you don't have to have that filter in, but that's what I did. So if you load it from my homepage, it's going to say 10 minutes. You can make the change to 5 if you want, or keep it at 10, or get rid of it. Remember now, this is a template. The fact that this is what I want to see doesn't have to be what you want to see. You might want a different price range. You might want to change values in here. You might want to add your own filters. This is a template of what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. And then the other one is just the reverse. Okay, a stock that was up at least 5% yesterday and then is reversing today. So when you look at AEBI, you can see, even though it did sell off, but it was still that close represented up 5% from the previous day, minimum. But now it's reversing today. Okay, guys, so things have settled down a little bit for me. Whoa, okay, this one. Now, what sort of room does this have? 2043, sort of like the QXO. Not a ton of room, but 40 cents to the next low. This is for the AVEX. This is another gap up and reverse. And with the market doing this, it can't, the market is, I don't know if this has any specific news on its own, or is this a drone? Isn't your government, looking to do another tariff thing on drones? Now, pretty obvious. This one's got a ton of room. I mean, this was an earnings play, I guess. Yesterday it got hit hard, pretty hard on earnings. This is the CLBT, but it did close well, close at the high of the day, and it's above that high right now, and that is the CLBT. Now, this is another little cheap one. I don't know this one at all. I don't think I've ever seen this one. NTHI. NTHI. Don't know this one at all. Gotta pay attention. Look at the room it's got, guys. The daily high, next high, looking left, over $1 away. Yeah, I do see it. I see it's at 97 cents right now, Monica. I do see that 98 cents. I'm just checking. This is hmm. I mean, the spread is not great. 85, 98 is not great. Boy, if it ever took out four, market is really well. It's only down a point, one point. The spy anyway, but yeah, I see that. Okay, well, it had earnings too on the 25th. Well, so excuse me, you're right. The earnings are coming up. Not that these little companies usually nobody expects them to be making a lot of money. All right, I have to put a price alert up in this area. Maybe later on, $4. Maybe it takes it out, and we'll have some room. Well, there's the new, and it's also sinking. This is an earnings play, and it is giving it up on earnings now. Also, I mean, it's so positive for the day, but another gap up and reverse. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just following a conversation in our internal Slack. Okay, guys, how's it now? The thing is that some of these, just because this was a gap up and reversal, doesn't mean, and it's still mildly positive for the day, doesn't mean we can't take it, especially if the market changes. I don't know how well this follows the market, but doesn't mean we can't play along on it. Got to keep an eye on this one, NTHI. I mean, if it pops through four, could go on a little bit of a run. It's a low float, not crazy low. 10.8 million in the float. Not a lot of volume. That is the major issue I've got with it. Yeah, the relative volume is 13. That means it's trading 13 times normal up to this time of the day. But that 187,000. I mean, what did it trade yesterday? Traded 388,000 yesterday. The day before that, a little over a million. So a couple of million shares days. But without a lot of volume, it's hard to commit. I mean, so why, it's meeting the filter requirements because the minimum has to be 150,000, but most of the time it's going to be a lot more. Now, PF, I thought you were a good Christian boy. Why would you yell that? That would not go over well with the man upstairs, okay? So you don't do that. Wow, how about this one? EMAT. I mean, the next high looking left is 390. EMAT. This is not an earnings play. I don't know anything about this company. Volume is not terrible. EMAT. Now, I wouldn't take it. You don't take it now. I mean, you're chasing it, but we've identified it. Maybe if it can pull back a little bit to the VWAP, maybe the VWAP holds it. All right, MBGL. Let's see if this has any length or strength underneath 20. Okay, it's got a little bit of room down to here, 54. Ooh, there's the NTHI at 4. What's the spread like? 96,404. I'm really looking at this NTHI guys right now. The spread is not great. It's 397, 411. Let's see if we can get the bid over four. Boy, people are taking it at 411. You know, the bid's at 397. That's the one. Yeah, the volume is not great. That's right. The volume is not great. See, I could stick a bit. I could stick the mid. Using. I probably get a fill at 407, but I don't know. I don't like the lack of volume is a little concerning. Starting to pick up a bit. Now, out of nowhere, of course, you could get a volume spike. All right. Well, my QXO was working modestly for me on the short. She's here. Monica is here. Yeah. Unless she left. She was here this morning earlier. Oh, I wish there was more volume. And, if this were trading a million shares at least, it's just that I'm a little reluctant with that volume and the spread. I mean, it's not terrible if it's really going to move, but I think I'm just going to have to back off it. Market is still, a downward trend, still underneath the SPY anyway. The SPY is underneath. There's no disconnect really. I mean, there's nothing really happening. The SPY is down just a little. The Dow's down a little. The Qs are down a little. That's pretty amusing, Dragon. This one showed up. This one showed up here too. INV? No, it didn't. I don't know if there were shares available. There were shares available on this one to short. Well, there's Onfo, 37% move. Wow, 37% in since this race started. But easy come, easy go. Look at that. I mean, it got up to 477 and then it came right back down to like a 50-cent drop like that. Where are you going to put your stop? It's yeah, I'm still backing off it. I mean, I just don't like that spread. 393, 406. Yeah, it did pop up to a 411. Maybe if I can get back up there and get that spread tighten up a bit and get some volume coming in, more volume coming in. If you're in it, well, mine, I hope it works for you. Okay, guys, I took myself out. I was short MBGL and I took myself out of it. It just got back to that 20 level. So took a little loss on that one, the MBGL. I'll take a look at it again only if it gets back down to, say, I don't know, 19, the high, like the 1980s. Isn't this one that we can't buy, Monica? BANL at Interactive Brokers? Isn't this one of those on the do not buy list? Oh, it is. Okay, thank you. Okay, guys. LPTH. Let's take a look at this one. LPTH. So, I mean, for those of you who like to play the tops, I mean, these are, yeah, I mean, these are running away, pretty parabolic. They don't all look like this, but you might look at that and go, okay, there's a high right there. Maybe, maybe you short the top if that is your style of trading. Now, if it does take this out, though, the next high looking left is 30, way up there, almost $37. And that high right there is 32.27. So it's a little bit above that. So obviously it's got room on the daily chart for it to run. Spread is, it's not great, but it's not terrible. At least it's not like a dollar. Do I only look at red candles? No, no, I just look whatever the high is, whether it's red, green, pink. But in all seriousness, I'm just looking at the next high. I don't care if there's a red candle or green candle. I just look left to see what the high is. And going long, of course, and then I look left to see what the low is if I'm going short. Well, the next one for Siva is 32.27, 32.27. So it's a little bit above it. but I wouldn't take it because it's gone parabolic a bit. See, that spread is still not great. 394, 409 for the NTHI. Doesn't mean later on in the day it could just pick up. I'll put a price alert again up in this area. Boy, this has been alerting me all day on a gap up and reverse. And you just found it a little too choppy, to say the least. So I sort of backed off it. Depends how, if it's really trading well, because remember, with our interactive brokers, I can try to get some kind of a midpoint. But if it's really, I mean, if it's it's extremely lots and lots and lots of volume, probably wouldn't bother me that much. But that, everybody's different. But remember, with interactive brokers, I can pick. I can pick, say, okay, try to get me some kind of a mid fill. Doesn't mean halfway, but somewhere in between. No, Kish. The high of the last 1 hour of the previous day. The high the last hour of the previous day. No, no way we can refer to that, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm thinking there's no way. So even a stock, you can't even say, well, the high, taking out the high of yesterday, because that might not be the high of the last hour. Stock could have, really started to move down, and then yeah, in the last hour, it hits, it's at the high, and you want it. No, there's no way unless Pepe is listening, and I just don't think there's any way. Yeah, that won't work. The 60-minute rolling, no. We've got a lot of, yeah. Thank you, Pepe. I didn't think so, but always nice to have a confirmation by you. So the only one I'm in right now, guys, is still the QXO short. Okay, it's it's not doing much, but it's still it's giving me a little bit. So you're asking about the spread here. The spread wouldn't bother me as much if the volume was high. Okay, just the volume is not that great. So coupled with a 10-cent spread on a $4 stock, it just means the rapidity of trading is just not there. Yes. My this is my gap continuation reversal scan. So every time I see QXO, that's helping me in my short. I don't even know what QXO is. Custom computer manufacturing. It's an earnings play. Okay. In Greenwich, Connecticut, publicly traded distributor of roofing, waterproofing, and complementary building products in the United States. So you have some semi trucks operating with QXO. Okay. Well, just allow me to have my short for the day. You too, Shaw. I just think you're signing off. We'll see you next week in our YouTube room. So remember, those of you in YouTube, if you're waiting around till noon to ask questions, you don't have to. Okay. I know Andy will take over for me. Andy from Trade Ideas will take over for me between 12 and 1. But believe me, I really enjoy getting questions. It keeps me, the word I use is engaged. Yeah, go. QXO, another new low here. Now we're getting close to that low, so I'm going to have to pay attention to that 1447. I haven't covered anything yet. Um, okay, I have covered some. Okay, in case not. I wish I were in this one, but I've covered some of the QXO just in case. Where is it here? It is. I've covered some in case. There is the next low looking left, which is 1446. Also 50 cents could stall it. So, but I'm not going to get out of all. Look, I mean, I'm going to follow my wave down here. The only reason I'm taking any off is because it's getting close to that low right there. But I'll put a price alert underneath that. And if it takes that out, that'd be awesome because then the next low is down here at 1350. So thank you, Mr. Gap Up and Reversal Scan. Larry, sorry, not Larry. Richard, which ones did you do, if any, from the scan, and were they successful? Give me an idea what you did. Not a listen, and these are not going to be rocket ships like these things coming from the race. I mean, the Onfo. Let's take a look at that one. $29. Yes. Next high looking left on the see, the next high looking left is 885, or so call it 10. Well, actually, it might be closer to 10. 960 on the day on the weekly chart for ONFO, ONFO. Really, really low float. 49 million have traded. Oh, you're in QXO also. Okay. The 176th richest man in the world. And that's your uncle? Is this going to get halted? I'm just looking right now. I'm trying to see. There's the repeated there right now. No, I thought maybe with only a penny spread, but I yeah, I was kidding, Faith. I thought maybe could be. I was kidding. But Eva upgrades on Fo to overweight. Active day, guys. Very active day. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Probably a good thing. All right, just confirmation. It will be Andy Lindloff taking over from Trade Ideas, taking over from me in our YouTube room in about a little less than an hour from now, noon Eastern. Some of these are just so tempting. So it's had a little pullback from 550 down to 520. And you can see that it's won 10 races. So look, if you're looking for, if you're into the very volatile type stocks, this is a good race for you. This is good for you too. These are pretty volatile stocks also. Lots of action. I mean, these can be volatile, but they're not going to be nearly as volatile as the ones you're going to see here. I mean, look at that on-full move. Well, now it's only 4.9%. Remember what this means. Since the race started almost 2 minutes ago, this has moved. Well, it's a moving target. 2%. Now UMAC is at the top, and now it's 4% since the race started. Oh, look at the LFS from 247 to 320. What an alert. Still has some room on a weekly too. $4 is the next high. Had a press release. Former Japan national team player Yoshiro Kakatani appointed official ambassador of Six Shoot Premier. All right. Well, there's your news for LFS. Obviously, this person has some notoriety in Japan. Boy. Okay, guys, I've taken most of my QXO off. Okay, I have a feeling that's going to be tough to get through 1450, and also that next low is 1447. So I've taken most of the QXO off. Covered. When I say off, I mean covered it. Remember, I have another monitor. Any stock I'm in, I have it charted on my other monitor. Guess I should have checked the news on this one, LFS. I didn't even bother to check it, but that obviously it's a big deal in Japan. Remember when FGI was doing this? Now it's doing this. It has turned now into a. Before it was a gap up and go. Now it's a gap down and go. Not shortable for me though, so can't do anything with it. Really, really taking a hit now. FGI. Now, some of you may look at this and go, well, maybe I'll try to put a bounce on it. I mean, I don't know where. There's the low yesterday. Is it way down there? $7. Hmm. Interesting. Price target raised to 13 by benchmark from 8. Okay. The pocket lint. I haven't heard you use that for a while. Yeah, the volume just, I mean, it's inching, but it's just not really picking up the NTHI. At the end of the day, though, I definitely want to follow this. At the end of the day, you never know if the volume comes in. It's holding pretty well at the 4 level. So this another one. This was a gap up and go at one point. Now it's a gap up and reverse. CAPR gap up and reverse. I think it was a good exit for me on the QXO. Boy, FGI is just picking up steam on the downside now. And Weto, WETO, that looks like it's going to completely give it up. Beyond, what is happening with Beyond Meat? BYND probably is it under $1? It is not. So they did a reverse split. Of course, they did a reverse split. There's no way this is a $13 stock. when I say I don't mean today, but had earnings. This was the reaction that day. Next high looking left for Beyond Meat, BYND, is 1357. Well, why not? Put a price alert on that area and see if it takes it out. Guys, any questions? Another 40 minutes for me before I do take my break. Still kind of watching the MBGL, guys. You know, it's still hanging around 20 for a potential short, or maybe we go long. Okay, how about this NEXR? Just over 3. What's happening with it? So it has exploded over 3. Ah, man, look at the room. It's got $4 next high. $4 next high on the daily chart. Okay, how much volume? Volume's not bad. Spread is okay, 308, 310. Okay. Now there is another room. You can stay in the YouTube room if you want, Etienne. Talking to Etienne and our Marc Etienne. I'm going to hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. But if you have a question, if you want to stay in YouTube, you can. There is another room that's a little more active, free also. But if you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. But if you have a question, ask away. This could be this could be really the dark horse, guys. It's NTHI. I mean, it is still hanging over 4. The volume is still not great, but you never know if all of a sudden there's some enthusiasm that comes in. 100,000 share on a 5 minute. That could really get it going. It has room up to 474. That is the next high. I'll show you. Just give me a moment, Mark. I'll show you where it is. Okay, so I put my homepage link in. So just click on my homepage link. Okay. And then when you do that, be brought, this is my homepage. Scroll down a bit. You see where it says trading room. It's free also. Just a lot more action in here, a lot more traders, more interaction with other traders. Also, this room is open at around 7 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to do some pre-market and you want to interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Okay. And it is free. Okay, so this is a reversal play, guys. Gap down and reverse. It's just gone positive. ALMS. This is a gap down and reverse. ALMS. What sort of room might it have? I mean, I'm looking here in the 15, 25, 21. So it's got room. We think that could be the block, it's got some room. Spread is, it's not bad. It's 10 cents. It's not terrible. Just widened a bit. Now it's widening more. Just hate it. All of a sudden it widens to 20 cents. Look at this one a long time ago, the BRUN on a potential short. This is a gap up and reversal play, but then it was starting to, look like it might have actually popped back up, but it did not. It's gone negative though for the day, barely. And the next low looking left is at 2078. You know what? What's the spread like? Not terrible. It's a 10-cent spread. What's the volume like? The volume is good. Okay. Definitely interested in this one. Okay. Now it's popped up a little bit here. I want to see if it gets back into the, say, the mid 30s, around 30. I'm going to put a price alert in that area. You know what? Now the spread has gone a little crazy. That's the problem. Ooh. Okay, guys. Well, I did take a risk on this one. When I say a risk, because of the spread, but and I may have to cover some or all. I'm going to hold on. I'm just looking at that. You see, this one I'm looking at the time and sales 25.15. And it almost got down to 22. I've got to cover some. Just in case they play games with that spread again. But if it gets through 22, this will turn out to be pretty good. If it can get through 22, that's on the short, of course. Not for everybody. I mean, I typically back off when I see a spread widen like that, but well, it got up to 20 cents and then it narrowed. But I didn't have to. It got up to 20 cents, but when I took it, it wasn't as bad. And remember, I'm always using the mid for not that I'm going to get a fill halfway. And it tells me approximately where I would get the fill if I pick the mid. So now remember also it's a 22 cent, $22. Well, yeah, they'll try to fill me at that price, somewhere in between the bid and the ask. Just waiting on it to see if it can take out that 22. Okay, guys, 11:23, so about 40 minutes until I take my break. What did this AEBI do? Not much yet, guys. So this could be interesting. Okay, AEBI. It hasn't moved much from the original alert. 1019, the alert to potentially shorted at 1297. So it's at 1291 right now. And where could it go? There's Beyond Meat. I guess it took out that. Yeah, so it's at that high right here. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade, but I do want to know. I do know now that it's above that high. But getting back to the AEBI, so it's got a little bit of room. Say 30 cents to that next low, 1266. It has a little bit of room. There's an earnings play. It was an earnings play yesterday. Had a big day yesterday. But the good thing, if you're shorting, look how it sold off. I mean, it got up to almost 15, and it sold off down to here, 1368. Could not close near the high. That's what I kind of look for. Hmm. There's the ONFO up again, so it probably had a pull. So here's classic, guys. Look what happened. Pulled into the VWAP, okay? VWAP looks like it's trying to hold it. So these stocks you see here, they're not necessarily at the high of the day or anything. They could have pulled back into maybe an interesting level. The VWAP can be very interesting. Maybe you've got a moving average on your chart. So when you click on the symbol, you don't know what you're going to see. So for those of you who play the VWAP, I mean this could be a the VWAP is at 420. So I mean it's 40 cents above it, but you can see that it came right into it, and it acted so far anyway. It acted as support. So, I mean, if you took this trade and you wanted to put it at the VWAP, your stop, you've got about a 40-cent stop. So, can you make 80 cents on this trade? Sure. I mean, it's got the room to make 80 cents. Why 80 cents? But I'm not saying it will. But if you if you have a 40-cent stop, you want to have a reasonable expectation, in my opinion, anyway, of making double your stop. So if I added 80 cents to 460, to get to 540, sorry, 540. So yeah, I mean, the high up here is 6. So, I mean, in theory, it's got room. I'm not saying to take the trade. I'm just showing you, though, how you can use the race. You click on the symbol and you don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. I don't have. If you're asking me for the small cap runners, I think your question is you understand. Of course, you understand what the VWAP is. How relevant is it for the small cap? Um, I would say it's relevant. I don't know if it's as relevant or less relevant than large cap stocks. I can't answer that. But I will use it all the time. Regardless of large cap. small cap. I mean, but some of these, I mean, obviously 830,000 in the float. Sometimes these kind of rules, they don't really apply when you have such a low float. Come on, Brun. Ah, you made it in. Good, Mark. Okay, you made it in. Again, if you're looking for more action, you should stay in this room, okay? There's a lot more traders in the room and interacting with each other, so throwing out ideas. YouTube is fine if you just want to hear me and see my screen, I suppose, but it's pretty dead, to be honest. I am short Brun. I am not just shorting it. I am short Brun, BRUN. The only thing I'm in right now, the the MDXH. Yeah, I mean, later on in the day, maybe if you get a lot of volume coming in, maybe it'll pop through one and continue going for a while. That's pretty funny. Okay, thank you, Unusual. Boy, look at that LFS. Wow. What an alert that I did not take. I know I repeat myself, but it's hard sometimes, you see this and you go back in time and see, well, where was that first alert? So, Mark, if you're new to all this, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, okay, just in case you don't know. So, on my homepage, I don't know if you're new to trading, new to trade idea. I can't remember what you said. You said you're new to the room, but are you new to trade ideas also? This is your first day in this live, okay, but are you new to trade ideas also? Ah, okay. Well, that's up to you. Okay, if you're new to trading, Trade Ideas is a fabulous program, but it's not going to. It's not. You have to understand how to read charts. Okay. So, are you? I mean, you. There's a lot of info coming, but you don't have to have. You have to have an idea about like how you trade. I don't know if you are new to trading. If you're new to trading, also, this can get overwhelming. So, are you new to trading also? No. Okay. So, if you're not new to trading, the reason I have a fair amount of info coming out, the Halts resumes is sort of a weird one. It's just more information. This is definitely like this is an active race. Okay, this is sort of this one here. It's basically the two scans. It's only one scan. It's just sort of a different way of presenting the data. But you can take a look at some of the scans that I'm currently sharing, and I don't know what your trading style is. So if you look at my homepage, now again, if you're new to trade ideas also and you haven't done this, please do this, okay? So click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit to get to that education section. Click on the more info. So if you have not done this yet, please do this, getting started with trade ideas. You may not have to do the login, but these are 12 short videos Okay. And I would mandatory you do this if you haven't done this already. Okay. Otherwise, it'll be way too confusing. It won't take you long. It's only 12 short videos. It's not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it's like any other software program. There's a bit of a learning curve, and I make it mandatory. I don't suggest you do this. And I'm talking to everybody. It's mandatory you do this. And I'm glad you said I will do that. It's amazing how many people say, I don't have the time. Well, you've taken out a software program that's supposed to help you learn how to help you make money in the stock market. You've got to spend, I'm not talking to you specifically, Mark. You've got to spend some time. Trading is not easy. So this is a great software program. So do yourself a favor, and anybody else listening to me, and if you're new and you haven't done this, just do it. It won't take you long. Well, the Bruin almost did it for me, but not quite. Quite okay. The 22 held. I was watching that like a hawk, and it held. So I'm completely out of that short now. The BRUN. I got a little excited there when it touched that 22 level, but it became too much of a block. So I'm not in anything right now. Now Lunar is turning to be a gap up and reverse. The trigger was 1885. Okay, 1885. Now I remember when I created this scan a long time ago, the reverse, the gap continuation or reverse. I actually thought about, on the gap up and reverse, they'll only show me if it was negative for the day. I might create another one that does that also. The reason being is that this stock is still, I mean, it's still in theory strong, and so a gap up and reverse when the stock is actually negative may be more powerful. Now you're giving up more because it's got to go negative on something like this, but I'll have to give it some thought. You know what? This is ugly, guys. This is ugly. This keeps teasing us over a dollar, and then it drops, and now it just got halted again. That's the MDX. Well, that was an awesome alert. There's the alert. $5 at $10 at 10 o'clock, 10:04. Before it did the massive pullback, I got up to 789. Now it's pulled back completely. AEHL. Okay, for those of you who did it win a race, yes, it did. Weta won a race before, so it's holding over 8 now. The VWAP is certainly far enough away. It's 950. Some of you might be looking at this as now the potential big bounce, WETO. And what I'll do is, has the wave changed to blue? Not yet. How about on a 1 minute? See, a little bit of blue on the 1. Richard, was that you asking me last? Yeah, I think it was you asking me about the wave and all that. And so when even though the wave is still orange here, I would go down to a lower time frame to see if it is turned. I had to go down to the 1 minute. And see there was a little blue wave, which means on the 1 minute anyway, the trend is turning. And guys, remember, the wave is part of the standard service. I find it very helpful visually. So there you go, guys. Nice little bounce off 8 now for the WETO. Spread is okay. A couple of pennies, that's not bad at all, obviously, for a stock that is super active. It's only trading 1,500 times normal up to this time of day. There you go. Okay, so Richard, so for you, Mark, once you've sort of established kind of how you want to use trade ideas for your style of trading, you don't have to be overwhelmed by all these different tickers coming at you. Richard says all he's using is this, and then using the wave. That's it. Will you miss some of these stocks that go absolutely bananas? Yes, you will, but you can also get too distracted by some of these. And if you want to trade the banana stocks, that's fine. But all I'm saying is that don't get too overwhelmed by trying to have every single alert, every type of setup that you've read about that you want to try to find and using trade ideas to find them. Try to minimize the amount that you've got going and then just specialize. It is not the Elliott wave, no. It's basically, well, at least, no, it is not the Elliott wave. As far as I know, it isn't. It's basically, let me just look at oops. It's crossovers, EMA and SMA crossovers. Okay. So in the one I'm using, it is the fast EMA and the slow EMA. This is all default. Okay. I don't know anything about, well, when I say that, I did not create this. This is, and I've never changed the default settings. So these are basically fast EMA and slow EMA crosses. That's what it is. I don't think it's got anything to do with Elliott wave. Okay. So orange meaning this is a downward trend, and blue meaning it's an upward trend. Now, this is all adjustable, though. I mean, you can't. I've never, because I don't know. Been using it for months, and this was the default. These were the default values, and But I mean, if you understand this at all, and there's a channel on it, then you might go, well, you know what? I've always been taught to use an 8 fast EMA and a 14 slow EMA. Okay, or maybe using SMAs. Okay, I've just never changed the default, and I found that it works well for me. Now, if you want to know how to add it to your chart, I can tell you that. It's on my homepage, Topsy. Okay, just go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage, scroll down the scan section, and here it is. Oops, here it is. Gap continuation or reverse. Now, there are 4 scans in there. You don't have to have them all active if you don't want. So, for instance, oops, where are you? There you are. So these are 4. These are 4 scans in here. Okay, gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. So if you don't have to have them all. You can uncheck whatever you don't want, but that's what they do. The gap up and go. Stock gapped up and kept going at the time of the alert. Gap down and reverse. It gapped down and then it was reversing at the time of the alert. And I say at the time of the alert, it doesn't mean it's going to continue in the same direction. It could stop right there, but at the time of the alert, that's what was happening. The gap up and reverse, gapped up and was reversing, and then the gap down and go. It gapped down, and at the time of the alert, it kept moving down. But again, it doesn't mean the direction is going to maintain for any length of time. But at the time of the alert, that's what was happening. You know what? I was yakking too much because there's leeway. Now, what was the spread? Okay, at least I'll save myself a little bit here. The spread is 26.39, 26.72. So, I mean, the spread is not good, but we did get the alert at 26. And so when I look at that 26.81, I could beat myself up, but there's probably no way I would have taken the trade because of the spread anyway. Yeah, it did move down. You're right. Yeah, briefly, Matt. Yeah, it did move down. I see that. I'm out of it though. The QXO is interesting. I mean, I'm out of that one also on the short, but the um, the next low was 47, I believe. It's right there on the daily chart. 47 takes that out. Might take a look at reshorting it. I mean, because then the next low is 1353. That is just insane. Any known company, William? I mean, companies that release earnings after hours on a Friday, usually they're trying to hide. I know I've said this before. The only one I can really remember was Palo Alto PANW as a big one, and we were all wondering why are they releasing after hours on a Friday? Oh, thinking, you know what? They have some bad news, and they want people to forget about it by Monday. Yeah, that's what I figured. Hmm. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:46. Wow, yesterday it crept up on me. I almost forgot that Steve was coming in to relieve me in a couple of minutes, so I've got things to do. Now, how about this one, guys? The CLBT, CLBT. Where was that first alert? 11:06. Okay, and you know what? I mean, look at the room it's got. Now it got hammered down on earnings. Okay, I mean that's why it was down. So that's still relevant. But what's the spread like? 11:09, 11:10. Can't get better than that. 1 cent spread. I if it were a little earlier, I might take this, but I'm going to be on a break. There's no way I want to take this while I'm on my break. But some of you, I mean, look at the room it's got. Again, only because it got clobbered down on earnings. So it's still there. When I say still there, I mean, the bad earnings result is still there. It's not like it's all wiped away and it's starting to come back. It's coming back a little bit, but earlier on in the day, this was a gap down and gap up and reverse or gap reversal. Now look at this. This is a gap up and go now. IMXI. So this would would have worked both ways. The gap down and reverse, or actually this would have been a gap up and reversal play. And now this is turning into a gap up and go play. All about the filters. Boy, this LFS, it's had a couple of pullbacks, but you asked the question. Somebody asked the question about, does on these low floaters. I mean, the VWAP 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of 5 bars right into the VWAP, and it held. Does that happen all the time? And even on large cap stocks, does that happen all the time? Of course not. But it's certainly in this case, the VWAP acted as great support for LFS. So if you miss it the first time, you watch this and then you think to yourself, okay, looks like the VWAP's going to hold. You put your stop just below it, take the trade around 288, put your stop below the VWAP, and see if it works. I mean, you can only, it doesn't work, well, you're out with a manageable stop. Now, for you Elliott waivers, the Elliott wave is used more for swing trading, am I right? Or can you actually use it for intraday trading? I always thought that was used more for swing trading. And I've never looked at it. Never, never, never. Not because it's bad. I should always qualify that. As you notice on my charts, I have very few indicators. The only one really is the VWAP. I have the VWAP, and on my daily chart, I've got the 200-day moving average, and that's it. And that's not a recommendation to do the same thing. Wow. I mean, this is a wild one today. I mean, it's still up for the day, 48%, but it is really swooning here in a real tailspin. And that again is on a gap up and reverse now. Now, this reversal scan, Richard, how long have you been using it? Have you been just really using it since earnings plays? Because that's when you start getting a lot of the reversals. Well, not just reversals, but the gap up and go and the gap down and go and then reversals. Because, a lot of these stocks, they're earnings plays, and that's what happens, There's all sorts of action. Another earnings play, KLC. Okay, this is not an earnings play. But sometimes it can get overwhelming. You get so many alerts coming at you, it can be kind of overwhelming, right? So, it's not another earnings play. I mean, I'm just looking at all the alerts I'm getting from the that Gap scanner, and other than the IMXI, most of them, no Lunar's an earnings play. So here's an example. Okay, yes, it was a gap. It was a gap up on reverse, but maybe it's looks like it could have found a bottom. So some of you might look at this and go, you know what? I might go long now. The VWAP is a little bit close. All depends on your trading style. Well, I wish I were still in this one, but I'm not. QXO. Now, had I would have still been, I probably should have held some. Now, how to use the wave on this? Now, the reason I got out is because of that low there, and I thought, and at one point this was positive, okay, and it has gone negative now. But using the wave on a 5 minute chart, you're in it, you're in it, you're in it, and then right there you take some profit. Okay, right there you take some profit as you see a bar poking its head into the wave. And had it been a little bit different, had I not seen this low over here, had the next low looking left been down here, I would not have been out of my entire position. I would have held on, taken some off for sure, held on though, allow the wave to sort of tell me that, it's still a weak trend. And then, obviously you get rewarded in this case. That's what the wave has done for me. It's a lot in the old days, I would have been out of my entire, well, I was, but out of my entire position right here. And mainly because of that low, thinking, okay, is that going to really hold it up? Also, the fact that it was up a lot earlier. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the announcement up. I'm going to, of course, be here until Andy shows up, but I got caught having to scramble yesterday. Okay, so on a break, I'm not gone yet, but when Andy shows up, Andy is from Trade Ideas. Okay, for those of you who don't know, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, somebody else, one of the other traders at Trade Ideas, takes over my YouTube stream. So if you're in YouTube right now, you can sit there and wait for Andy. And what I do now also though is I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy if you want. It's a good idea. We all have different trading styles, but he's not yet not there. You too, Richard. Okay, I'm all set up. Just so now I'm just going to wait for Andy to show up. I mean, this was another really good one. This is another. I mean, there are a lot of. This is why somebody. Oh, I know why. It was you. It was well, Richard's gone now, but he was talking about how he loved this scan, and so I thought, you know what, I'll put it. I'll load it again and see what it looked like. And when and I loaded it in the afternoon, and what I was seeing are this sort of action. Nice. On these reversal plays or even the continuation down, especially on the down, not so much on the upside. And so I thought, you know what, I'll run it today and see what happens. I mean, this KLC was, I don't know what the first alert was, and it was shortable for me, 500,000 shares. It's a cheap one, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this is an earnings play and just getting hammered, 44% down. I'm tempted. Well, I can't do it now. I'm going to be on a break, and I'm tempted though by this AEBI. This is a potential short, 1297. It hasn't moved much, but it is under 13. Doesn't have a lot of room. I mean, there's the 200 day that could easily act as support, or even here 1265. So it doesn't have a lot of room. But you can see, I mean, look at this reversal for CAPR right here, and that is the gap up in reverse. All right, I heard a little pop early, Andy, 11:58. Okay, guys, I will be out of the main room until about 1 o'clock, so I'll put myself on mute in the main room. So we'll see you guys then. Andy, I missed you last week. I was on. Well, I wasn't working last week,
Yes.
and yeah.
Did you have a good week off?
Well, depends what you mean by good. What we did was we went through every room in our house and threw out everything, everything we
Yeah,
didn't
man,
need.
I wish I could get my wife to do that, but
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
it's not easy. It's not
No, it's not.
easy,
No,
but
it's not.
we had to
Yeah.
do it. We had to do it. So, and you can't do it, well, after work, and I'm too tired. And, my wife, so we said, both of us, we took the whole week off, and that's what we did. So now the house looks fantastic.
Nice.
so,
It's
so
always good to, man, yeah, to clean it out, man. Just get rid of some stuff.
Yeah. Well, I've said this before, if you've got our house isn't huge, but, you tend to just fill up every room if you've got the
Yes.
room.
And the
And,
closet and the garage.
well, the garage was on all day. And boy,
Yeah.
I'm glad I worked out a little bit, because that was, that was a workout. Anyway, I'll, I'll take myself out. I'm sure people aren't that interested in my travails at home. So I'll see you in about an hour,
All
Andy.
right, Barry, enjoy.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Hello, traders. Welcome to my desktop. This is Andy. This is a support webinar. If you have any questions, drop them in the YouTube chat there. Uh, this could be questions about the software. You guys want to see something? Let me know. You have a question about something you've been trying to configure, or anything like that. I can help with that as well. So, and if you have questions about the stock market, we can go there too. So, stocks. Uh, Indices, where we might be heading, taking a little bit of a breather today, and it doesn't surprise me. And it's not that much of a breather. Down 0.36. So sometimes you look at the individual stocks, it feels a lot worse, especially some of the stuff that I trade. But overall, yeah, hanging in there very well, and trying to get a bounce here. All right. So once again, if you have any questions, be sure to drop them in that chat. I encourage any questions at all. That it's can be very educational for everybody. If you have a question, otherwise, we will just mosey along here. And if I see some things of interest I can point out, I definitely will. Looking at the averages right now, the Qs really feel like they want to go test this, call it 736 level. We got close to it today, or maybe even all-time highs. It's not a market I want to be shorting right now, that's for sure. Uh, but it is a market where I'm kind of, anytime you've had a move like this, I'm pretty quick to take some profits. I did that in Tesla today. Had a nice move out of the gate, and I just said, well, my theory is, as long as you're below the 50 period moving average, I stay kind of in scalping mode, at least on a portion of my trades. Uh, this Tesla, I've kind of been in for a while, just sway trading, I call it. Just taking some profits, but maintaining a position the whole way. And next thing you know, you look down there and you've booked some nice profits, and you still have a position. Kind of the same way with Oracle, which was a call on the trader's eye, back over here. And so I've been in it since there. Now my average is gone up because I have been scalping and entering back in. Now I do want it to hold this 50 period moving average. It's critical. It's trying to. It's hanging on to it today, I've noticed. So uh because I think if it can hold on here and then build off of this 50, this thing could have a really, really good move. Go over the rest of my positions real quick. I was fortunate enough to be in a sign yesterday when I've been watching this because it's been trading so well, and I was fortunate enough to be in it when it made that nice move. Scalped some yesterday, but probably not enough because it opened up this morning with a kind of a nasty pullback there. But Hassan and Path, they've been changing their tune lately, especially Path. This thing was frustrating forever. I would look at the earnings calls. I mean, the earnings, and I was like, gosh, there's no reason for this thing to just keep waffling back and forth between you know $12 and $10, and it was holding up right here with a lot of volume coming in. I'm thinking, man, this thing's going to go. And of course, look what they do before. And even though people question who are they, I don't know, but that's just a nasty move before it turns and just has this incredible run. So yes, there's definitely some shenanigans that go on in stocks, and I think there's collusion as well. But it's our market, so we just have to deal with it. Nice trader 77, good job. And real quick, Lunar, Lee, that one has been a really good trader for me. Now I held it into earnings and got stopped out. Let me just zoom out. Yesterday, it got stopped out. I think it no in pre-market, like around 16, I think 1640 or something like that. And then look at that opening and just straight up, well, it did that. I'm saying, okay, I got to watch this one. So I did get back in it yesterday. Wished I'd have held more today. Gosh, I wasn't expecting that. But nonetheless, it's been a really nice trader for me. Just only have a tiny bit now though. I still don't trust these things. Microsoft, you guys know I've been in that for a long time. May look to add if it holds this 10 period moving average and then takes out that 3-day high. May add a little bit because I think if it does that, if you look on the, let's just go to the weekly, just do a little flip flop here with our picture in picture. Okay, now we got a shot of the weekly, and I think if it does, if it takes out this high on the weekly, which is this week, I think we're definitely looking at 550 probably in this thing, which would be all-time highs again. Crazy. That's what we hope Oracle does eventually. The problem with Oracle, they have a huge investment in data centers, and so and a lot of the data centers haven't been doing that well. So this one, I'm definitely keeping a short leash on. I'll continue to. As a matter of fact, if it doesn't hold that 50 today, I'll probably peel a little more off. But it's been a nice trader. But yeah, I'm looking at all these data centers, uh, and let me just well, I can just remember them. You got Hut, which keep an eye on Hut. It did on the daily. I had a trigger go off today, and it did finally fill this gap going back over here. So you got a gap fill now on that one, and it is holding up today, green and a kind of a red tape. So one you may want to keep an eye on. Uh, but a lot of these ones I've been trying the APLD, getting run over in that. Well, not really because I scalped it out mostly. But let me me pull up my AI infrastructure stocks. Yeah, that one's been, yeah, just can't get anything going. Wolf, another one that was hot for a while, can't get anything going. And I mentioned Hut. Irene really having a hard time as well. Just can't get anything really going. Now Nibis is doing well, but I'm not sure they're not into some other stuff. If anybody knows, yeah, definitely a data center. But I guess they probably have a lot of other stuff going on. I don't know. I should probably look into that. But that one is they had incredible earnings. All right, mentioned Path Poet. I've been in for a long time, in and out. I do like the way this is setting up. As a matter of fact, it's trying to go through the number today, which was 51, getting back up there. I think this keep an eye on this one. It can have an explosive move. Uh, I just bought SMR this morning. Pull back on the to the 5-day moving average. So like the way this is kind of holding up. Steve pointed me got me in this one, pointing it out to me. So decent entry in that one. And then this EOSE, I thought this thing was going to go today, but yeah, I'm underwater in that one. Needs to bounce. And I'm back in SYM. I really believe. I mean, honestly, their earnings were not that bad. I know they got walloped after earnings, but I kept an eye on it and I said, you know what, this thing is holding its low after earnings. Had that one big nasty red bar and really has been going sideways. Didn't get anywhere near this low going back to last month. Uh, so I was encouraged by that and started nibbling on it. And so I think if this thing can get back above these moving averages, I still, I mean, the brokers that cover it were all like giving it raising their price targets or you maintaining their price targets around 85, $87. So I'm like, I'm going to give this one a chance because when they get it figured out, I think this thing's going to do well. So buy it when it's cheap. And that's pretty much it. I think I've gone over all of them. Intel, uh, I bought the other day. I think I mentioned that in the trader's eye, right around here. You can see. I think I bought it around 97.50 or 60. I can't remember, but uh, and price has changed since I've been jumping in and out. But yeah, definitely made some money on it. But it's been a really good month so far. So I am not going to push it today. As a matter of fact, bring the big boys over here. I may have to nibble back in some of that. 'Cause I sold most of it, that Intel. Oh, Oklo's been I've been kind of in that for a while, but it's just boy doing nothing really, just waffling back and forth. And then ABTC, I've been scalping this out. When it runs up, and it's on highs right now. But if Bitcoin's not going and I get these moves like I did, yesterday, I sold some. If keep an eye on this one because if Bitcoin ever gets going, I really believe this is going to rip. My entry in SMR is 69, 969. But yeah, if you're looking for something, this ABTC is definitely trading to a premium to Bitcoin right now. And just I've been noticing it. As a matter of fact, I quit trying to buy iBit and just buy this instead, because it's definitely, all you gotta do is look at the charts. Look at the way this is holding up compared to, say, an iBit on the daily. See, that's what you call trading at a premium right there. So if Bitcoin gets any move at all, I think that, you know, at least get some sort of bullish pattern to it. I think this one's going to do very well. SpaceX, I've been in small size for a while, and I did add to it today when it pulled back. I just said, I mean, this is, I'm not looking for any big move right now. I just kind of want to build a decent, small position. I mean, I do think this company is going to do very well. I think it's going to be one of those ones that, if you look back in 10 years, you're going to wish, you had owned it. Uh, Maybe not at $200 where some people chased it, but on that pullback. And I'm really frustrated with myself because I told Steve on this day right here, and that's where I made a little money on it. But I just can kill myself for not having bigger size, because it was when they released a lot of that common stock from the insiders to be opened up for trading. I looked at the short float and it was like 34%. And I'm going, oh, okay, I see what's going here. Everybody got short on this thing, And I was telling this before it happened. I said, they're expecting this thing to get clobbered. And you get everybody on the one side, like wrong side like that, on one side and the wrong side, and you could really have a nice bounce. And I I just, got that move right here and I just didn't add. I just didn't have enough confidence, because it's still an IPO. But anyway, always keep an eye on that. When you hear everybody, everybody's thinking, oh gosh, it's going to open up. Everybody's going to cash out and this thing's going to go to, $90. Yeah, I'm liking Tesla. This is one, I know it's below the 50, but this is one, as long as it keeps, I would say this low right here. You do not want it to break below this 2-day low right here, because then you're just back in a mess. But as long as it kind of stays above these moving averages right here, I'm fine being in this. I mean, obviously, it has a ways to go before we can call it a bullish pattern. It's still, in a downtrend, but what I like about another thing I like about Tesla is you got the robots coming out in the first quarter, okay, of next year. They're going to start selling the robots. So uh, Wall Street is always about 6 months ahead, of any sort of good news. So it's something to keep an eye on, because if you look 6 months out from now, you're talking about, what would that be? Probably February. So it'd be kind of right in the middle of when they, start selling the robots. So we'll see. Then you got Robotaxi. Robotaxi just still in its infancy. It's just still doing a lot of testing and stuff like that. So I'm not concerned so much about the Robotaxi's numbers and how they kind of dropped in the second quarter, because they're doing so much testing and analyzing the data that they're just not really pushing it that hard. But regardless of what you think, always follow the charts, because that's price is what pays, and price is what is pretty much what dictates. I think, in my opinion, whether the company's obviously doing good or not. So, yeah, I wouldn't. I probably wouldn't trust some of those robot makers for sure, and I won't be the first one to buy one. Yeah, it's kind of uh, be kind of scary, man. Going to sleep at night, robot standing over in the corner. All right, in case you guys haven't seen it, I'm gonna show you the cool technology. I know Dan probably showed it on Wednesday, and Steve showed it yesterday, probably. And you guys have access to this in our latest version. So I definitely want to show you our AI assistant because it's really cool. And uh, yeah, there you go. Get your robot to save you from evil robots. So we'll take a look here at the AI assistant, guys, and we're going to create a little top list here. And actually, it's going to be, I'll share it with you guys because it's a pretty cool top list. And you guys can take it and do what you want to with it. But let's pull up the AI, and I'll try. We're working on the AI right now to where maybe in the future you'll have the ability to not let her stop and start trying to build something before you're finished, and requiring for you to hit the send button before she starts building. Because a lot of times, if you hesitate, she'll go ahead and just think you're finished and start building something for you or ask for a clarification. All right, so just to make sure do it smooth, I have what I'm going to ask on a doc, so I don't stumble and she starts building something. All right, so let's check this out. Hey Holly, show me stocks between $5 and $200 that are down at least 5% in the last 5 days, up at least 1% today, above their 50-day SMA, and trade at least 1 million shares a day on average, and make this a top list. All right. So there you have it. And if we take a look, let's just pop this out, duplicate. All right. And then we can just minimize this. Did it work? Yes, it did. And there you have a great example of a stock that has been beaten up, but now is a potential reversal. Grind. Same thing, but that's kind of messy. I probably wouldn't do that. Arlo down at least 5% in the last 5 days. Now it's up today. There were more on this earlier when I tested it. I'm not sure. Make sure my configuration came out right. We can go to configure. $5 to $200, change in 5 days. Five, change from close up 1% above, and trades at least 1 million shares. So she hit it. Just some of those stocks fell off from when I was looking at it earlier, which is fine. If they come back in, they'll come back in. Yeah, cup and handle. The problem with our technology, well, it's pretty much all technology. It's very hard to do a lot of if, whens, and thens. Okay, so basically you're trying to go back to too many candlesticks, because a cup and handle pattern, you're looking for basically a top and then kind of a rounding bottom and then another kind of top and then another smaller rounding bottom. It's just there's a lot of if, whens, thens, and that's really difficult. Uh, But, like I always tell people, the position and ranges, if you can try to ask her using position and range, well, it's still going to be tough with a cup and handle to do a cup and handle. That's just, uh, I have, yeah, I've tried to build some stuff like that. It's really difficult. So let's say if I wanted to even add further, we could come in here and go back to our AIs. Thanks, Holly. Now add only stocks that are doing a relative volume of 1.5 or higher. Uh-oh. Guess none of them are doing really good volume. Now, this would be really great in like a down market. Obviously, it's been a very strong market, but if you've had a market that's pulled back a little bit, and that doesn't even really have to be a down market, just a market that's pulled back 2 or 3 days, you would get a lot of stocks in there. So pretty cool stuff. Yes, yes, human have a hard time creating that scan as well. It's not easy to do. Well, EOSC is finally trying to bounce for me. That was kind of a nasty pullback. Yeah, and these things I think are just going to probably same thing with just probably sit and consolidate throughout the day. So I'm not interested in adding any to that. It is Friday, and we are moving into the afternoon hours. So yeah, I probably won't be doing a whole lot as far as new positions go. I'll probably just be, you know, adding or subtracting the ones that I have. Okay, well, SMAR has not really bounced with the market yet. So do like the way it's sitting on some nice moving averages here, especially the 10 period. But one that I may consider adding if we get, uh, but I totally at this point expecting these things to kind of close inside their little consolidation area. Take a look at the weekly and SMR, and you're above the 10 period moving average, and it too kind of pinched between the 10 and the 20. Bitcoin continues to go to highs, and ABTC is on highs. I kind of like that weekly chart. Start looking at more weeklies. pull it back above yesterday's high, back above its 10-period moving average, and also on the weekly pinch between its 10 and its 20. Max not really doing anything. I did like the daily on this one. This was a trade I just called because if I drew, you could see the kind of wedge it's trying to break out of. But boy, really low float, 27 million. You got about 10% short. Uh, but man, not a big market cap at all. So one to keep an eye on. As a matter of fact, I'll set an alert back at that level. I seldom take these calls when they trigger in the first 15 minutes of the day, and I mention that a lot in my video. The let's see. Oh yeah, I bought some Alibaba yesterday, right off the 20-day period. This is the one I was in. It made some decent money. Got stopped out of my last on this day on this gap down, and then I entered again uh, at 121.98. Forgot to mention that one. All right, guys, still got 30 minutes left. So if you do have any questions, just drop them in the chat. Meanwhile, I'm lowering, getting tired of standing up. Well, I got back green on the day. Uh, yeah, I can definitely share this screen now. Here's the caveat. I mean, there's a lot of my scans are going to have symbol lists attached to them. So you would, as a matter of fact, most of them are going to have symbol lists. The sector analysis are obviously the big boys are going to have a symbol list. AI infrastructure and robotics, nano and nukes, they're going to have they're all going to have symbol lists. So, you can do one or two things. You can hit me up on an email and I can share you these, symbol list, or if you want to, and you may not want them all. Let me let me take a look, see what's over here. I'm on my other screen. You know, Well, I'll just share it, and you can decide which ones you want. You may not want them all. Actually, I'll put this one over here so it won't be on top of that other one. But I do have 2 screens, okay? So some of these scans are gonna be if you're just using one, you may be using 3, but anyway, you'll have to dig around and maybe find them, but I could definitely share it. Entire layout. Yeah, it's telling you the window have custom symbol list. Oh, okay, I thought you meant, the screen. Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you meant my when you said screen, I thought you meant my whole layout. Yeah, I can definitely share that one with you. That one actually would be in there. That's not what you want. Let me make sure I didn't close that out. Yeah, there it is. So, yeah, you got a couple more that popped in there. But yes, I can definitely share this. 5-day loser. It's great how she actually gives it a name and everything. Today's gainers. There you have it. Ah, you're welcome. All right, the Qs got up to their textbook right here, bounced right up to their 15 period moving average and got slammed back down. So starting to feel, yeah, just a day of digestion, maybe consolidation, pulling back a little bit, people taking profits. It's a Friday, you've had some nice gains. I think of what's going on in my head. And today I was taking lots of profits. Uh, and yeah, and when I think about that, I said, okay, well, the market may do the same. We try to get a nice run, and people are going to be maybe taking some profits after a good week, and obviously that's going to kind of push the averages around. But you always have rotation, and that's the thing about this market, and that's why it seems like it never goes down. And you never have any broad market sell-offs anymore. It's just crazy. Back when I started trading, uh, it's a long time ago, when I was a day trader, yeah, you'd have broad market sell-offs all the time, or all your sectors would be red, and you never see that anymore. It's just a constant rotation. And I think that has to do. It's all kind of started when we started getting all the stimulus years ago, many years ago. It's never stopped. That's why we have so much debt. But uh, yeah, people do. Money just rotates into something else. Doesn't seem like you ever. I never look up here and see all my sectors red. You always going to have at least probably about 4 or 5 that are going to be doing very well in green. Today it's energy in GDX. So I see a lot of these oil stocks. I just don't like trading them because it's kind of like gold and silver. It's just too much overnight risk. You load up on some, it'd be okay for day trading, but you load up on a bunch of oil stocks, and over the weekend you get a peace deal and signed, and straits opened up. This Newsmax was, wow, what a move. Oh, it's an earnings play. Yeah, that was setting up nice. I saw this on my, I looked at my, and that's one reason I put it on my swing trade watcher. I looked at my Dawn of the Dead. My Dawn of the Dead scan, and I saw it on there, but I didn't realize they had earnings today. Speaking of which, too bad Mike C's not here. He always appreciates the Dawn of the Dead, and we'll take a look at it. Some of you guys may want it because you can find some really good stocks on here. First, let's take a look at what we're looking for and why do we call it Dawn of the Dead. All right, so if I go to configuration, you are going to see the price has to be at least above $3. Volume today has to be doing at least 200,000 shares. That is just a hack to keep out the ETFs. Position and lifetime range. This is the kicker here. It's got to be in the lower 10% of its lifetime range. So basically, this is bottom fishing. Okay, but the position in the 5-day range is 90%. So it's, close to breaking out of at least a 5-day high. If you look at some of these now, this could be well above its 5-day range. Okay, and that's, I guess I could put a max in here if you didn't want to see things that were too extended. That's something that somebody would consider. But oh, look at that volume. Yeah, but you're going to get some extensions in some of these things. There's a potential Dawn of the Dead candidate. Newsmax. That's why, as I told you, mentioned I saw Newsmax on here. This may be one that's just now getting started. Ooh, see this one. This one would have probably been on there back on this day. This is what I'm talking about. I bet you, almost certain, if you did if I went back and did a history on this thing, I bet you anything that thing was on this day right here. Look at that volume, and it's doubled since then. Now it's a very high risk scan because most of these are in an ugly down. All of them are an ugly downtrend, even though they may look good, okay on the daily. If you take a look at the weekly, you're going to see these things are just going to be. Look at there, Krispy Kreme. Fubo, haven't seen that one in a while. Oh, that weekly. This is definitely an adult swim only scan because you can get in trouble with these. Open Door, huh? Gosh, people were so excited about that thing back when it went from 50 cents to $10, and look at that, just ever since then. And I promise you, the people who experienced that euphoria are probably keep trying to play this thing, and it just keeps bleeding. Although now it's close to its weekly 200-day moving average. All right, I'm gonna have to let me know if anybody wants that. It's I like it, please. Okay. You know, my advice if you're playing something like this, focus on the daily chart. Make sure it's breaking out of a range and find the ones that are breaking out of a range on volume, like that one I pulled up. Well, I'll share it first. So before I got this up. It might be a good race. I haven't thought about putting it in a race. Let me see. Where was that one? Okay, this is a good example. Okay, this is what you want to look for. You see how it's breaking a range right there on this day? Okay, that was a pretty big range. Not only that, you got the psychological $5 level, popped through the $5 level, and then took out a multi-month high. Uh, so that's the kind of stuff you look for. You look for volume and breaking out of ranges, okay? Because a lot of this stuff's going to be junk. You're gonna just see a stock moving, hitting highs, and but that's what I tell everybody. Anytime you're trading momentum, the two biggest factors, in my opinion, are volume and the daily chart. Okay, and Barry, you hear Barry say this all the time: look left, look left. What's happening left? And you can see something like this, and that's the kind of stuff you want to watch out for. All right, we'll see if we can find any more examples. Okay, see, this is example what not to do, because this one is just kind of a mess. See, you have no defined range. It's just a bunch of slop all the way down, like a Morse code, and there's no really defined range for it to break out. Now, I promise you, a lot of people got suckered into that, and that's the kind of stuff you really would like to avoid. That's a big just gap and go. I wouldn't touch that. This one, see, kind of has potential because you kind of broke out of this level, okay, and then your next high is another what 80 cents higher. So that one has potential. I'm not saying to trade. It's doing huge relative volume, and I do like the fact that it did break out, of that range. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to keep going. But maybe I would stick an alert above that range if it gets back above it. I think there's a good chance it's going to, you might get that 382 level. Now, that's anytime you got a back gap down. I don't know what's going on there. See, nothing happened there. It's just a mess because it's in no man's land. And kind of a messy, no really defined range there, from in my opinion. This is not bad. I mean, if it, let's say it gets above the 370 level, then your next high is, it's really not a whole lot of resistance. It's just one data point. Well, I guess you could argue this over here, but you could be easily looking, if it goes through that back through highs, 414, 415, and something like that. See, this is on Dawn of the Dead. You're saying, like, why is that on Dawn of the Dead? It's already moved from $2 to $7. Well, let's take a look at the weekly. Let's see. Okay, I'm not sure exactly. I may have to take a look at the monthly. Yeah, you're talking. Look at. Oh my gosh, 50,000. So there you have it. This is why it's Dawn of the Dead. It's man, they must have done a lot of reverse splits. Avoid. Oh, look at all the volume coming in F cell down here. Still a mess. I mean, see, and this is why you just get a whole bunch of head fakes. You're just kind of in no man's land. I mean, really on this one, I don't know where you would try. I guess 25, 26, something like that, because it's, yeah, probably a lot in the, a lot of times during these days you saw a nice little green bar, got excited, but it's just in no man's land on the daily. All right, let's take a look around, see what's happening. I see I went red again. SMR is not helping. Definitely needs to hold on to this level here. You're on your 50 period moving average now. So, yeah, you don't want it to break this 2 day, 3 day low here. Oh, yeah, nice day. What other ones? Isn't USAR? What is that doing? Yeah, it's had a nice move as well. NB as well. Well, when it comes to SMR, yeah, I'm definitely, looking at the moving averages there. I mean, you got two moving averages right now. It's between the 50 and the 10. You definitely want it to see it to hold there, because if it does break, let's call it this. Let's call it the low of that bar, 937. I really don't want it to break 937, and then you're looking at probably 918 or 19. When they don't do I have a system. Okay, when they don't do what I expect them to do, I get out pretty quick. I don't. I won't hang on and let this thing see what it's going to do, and it comes down to the 20 period moving average. That's another 50 cents lower. Not me. I can always buy it back, and I did just went over there in another account and nibbled a little bit because it's right on the 50. It's a low risk. If it takes out that 3 day, that 2 day low, prior 2 day low, I'll be out. Probably out of both accounts. I mean, this has had plenty of opportunity to go. Oklo, I'm in a little bit of Oklo too, and it's kind of been doing the same thing, just slopping back and forth. But SMR is down, almost twice as much as Oklo. Well, not that quite much, but and like I said, I'm in protection mode. Yeah, like I said, it's been a good month, and heading into the weekend, yeah, I can definitely get thin. I'm already really kind of thin. Yeah, I can get thinner. Yeah, see, Oracle didn't hold on to my 50 period. I'll see how it closes. If it doesn't close and regain that 50 period, I'll thin out a little more. Like I said, I'm up in it, and I think I added a little bit yesterday, so I will definitely. I'm not one of these traders that buy a stock and put in and say, okay, I'm going to buy it and I'm going to put in a stop down here no matter what happens. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's just not my style. There's nothing that irritates me worse. I mean, what am I going to do? Buy a stock right here and keep my whole position and put my stop uh, and get all these gains and not take any and just let it, come back. And it could come back and go back through this low. There's nothing more disheartening, man, than seeing something like that with some nice gains. All right, we got about 5 more minutes. Barry will venture in here again. Uh, yeah, on the daily chart, and once again, uh, Effie, I'm gonna call you Effie. Playing off this daily, off these two moving averages. Well, now we're trying to bleed through the 50. So uh, I love the way it was setting up, but that can change. You get an ugly red candle that takes out the 2-day low, and then I don't love it as much anymore. It's just one of those days where tech's not doing so good and oil is. And you could come in Monday morning and it'll be just the opposite. Mr. Barry.
Hello, I'm back. Yes, I am back. I can't hide anything from you.
I know.
Ears like a what? Ears like an owl? I know. I think
Do
owls have.
owls have
I know
good
they got.
ears?
I think so. I know they got good,
Okay,
great eyesight, but I think they've
right.
got good ears too, because they're always
Okay.
twitching. So, oh man.
Oh,
So, what you got going on for the weekend? Anything interesting, or
no,
just norm?
not really, man. We got this heat dome sitting over us that will not leave, and it is
Yeah.
brutal, man. And so, yeah, I go
Stay
swimming.
inside with the
Yeah,
AC.
swim. Yeah, when I go outside, go swimming. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, assuming you don't melt, we'll see you next Friday.
all
Or
right.
actually, what is your what's your agenda
I'll
next
have
week
to.
with
I
this?
may do 2 days. I'll have to check and
Two
see.
days. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, we can only hope.
that's right, man.
Okay. Well, have a great
All
weekend,
right,
and
Barry. You have a
we'll see you
great
next
weekend
week.
too, buddy. All right, everybody,
Thanks.
have a good weekend. Bye bye.
Just give me a moment, guys. I just got to get the screen going. Okay, guys, in our YouTube room, I think I've taken over the screen correctly. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Should be back in both rooms right now. And the next step, music. There's music. And then the next step and last step, get rid of the message. All right. So, did you guys see the move in what was the one we're watching? NTHI. Now, I mean, it still is hanging around. I mean, it's 421, 429. I almost took it, but I did back off just because I was on my break. So I did back off. I did not take it. But, I mean, it's at least the volume is starting to pick up a little bit. Get to 600,000 by the end of the day, it wouldn't be terrible. But also the spread is tightened up a little bit. It's only 8 cents now. But it has that look, guys. It just has that look. Now that red line we see there, that is the next. Well, that's the next high. Well, right there, that's the next high in the daily chart. So that's why this is sort of attractive because it's got that high to look at. I didn't see it, but how many bad words can we string together? DARE. I dare you. Yeah. Pricing of what was the pricing? $1.37 a share, and it's way under, like way under. Hmm. I know Monica. I don't think she's in the room anymore, but maybe she is. You mentioned VBio. Yeah, this could be one of those sneaky ones next week, possibly. But that was just a. I mean, it was a great day and a horrible day. I mean, a great day, obviously, coming from 19 cents all the way up to $1.30, but then it closed right back down. I mean, that is just pretty brutal. Well, the QXO, it kept moving down. I mean, this would have been, in theory, kind of a nice, fairly easy all day short. There was the profit taking part right there. Boy, FGI is continuing to make another new low. Not shortable for me. So why is Fubo still around? So here's FUBO, and the next high looking left had earnings well, week and a half ago, I guess. Reaction was not good, but it's trying to recover. Actually, this was the earnings reaction. So actually, it did close at the high, but then the next day it dropped. But it's trying to come back, getting back to the high of its earnings day. That is FUBO. Speaking of a turnaround, boy, did that BRUN ever turn around? So I'm saying, I mean, the gap scanners, it can be used, as sort of like a watch list all day long. I mean, so we were looking at this one at 22, thinking, would that hold it? Would that hold it? Well, it certainly did. And then from 22, almost straight up, took out the VWAP and got up to 24. There's a $2 bounce. This was always, I think this might have gone mildly negative here. It is now positive. So AVGO, the stock, is down 6%. This is a way to play it if you wanted to. This is down 12%, double the move. So AVGO, I don't know if this is an earnings play, AVGO. Not an earnings play. Broadcom, I'm trying to see why Broadcom falls and VMware security vulnerabilities. Oh, amid VMware security vulnerability reports. Okay, so that's not good news. I mean, that's a big move, with 4 billion in the float to be down, 6%. That is a big move. So you've got two to choose from. Well, AVGX, I guess, is well, you have two to choose from. So that's 865,000 shares, and the AVL double that. So it's a little cheap, but the same price. So you can, and they're both shortable. Look at a daily chart on this. I mean, if that continues, 42.21 is the next low looking left for the AVL. Again, remember, it's a two-time bull for AVGO. So if you thought that eventually you were going to find some support, I don't know where though, not on a chart anyway, you're not going to find support. Boy, a little bit of a pop up here, but mainly down all day. KLC, the Kinder Care Learning Centers, or the Kinder Care, but if we want to be a little German, the Kinder Care. Yes. Okay, guys, SGMT. Now this is could be interesting. I mean, it's been straight up, maybe a pullback. The next high is 1003, so that 10. Now that may block it. So this turns into maybe a potential short, guys. What's the volume like? Not, I mean, the 1.6. It's 1.6 times normal up to this time of day, so it's not really trading super abnormally. And we've got some analysts probably target rates to 29 by citizens from 12 to 29. Now, remember what I've said about this particular scan here, the upside versus downside. You, especially in the in the afternoon when things have sort of settled that well, they've been settled down maybe for several hours with a lot of stocks. All of a sudden, they might start to make new highs on volume. So you can see the SGMT. You see that volume bar right there. You see if the Fubo is sort of the same. You know, you've got some volume bars right here. I'm just trying to see what why Fubo might be moving. I don't know if it's got anything to do with this thing with Paramount mulls over editorial board for CNN. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it. Not everybody knows what FUBAR means, William, and don't you dare say, don't you dare type it out. I'm daring you. Another one. Wow. I mean, again, look at the volume bars coming in. Okay, the volume bar. This is for Cipher, CIFR. I haven't looked at Bitcoin for a while. It's another one, Nick. You got that? This is another one that was sort of an all-day short, you know. And you had a jog up here, another one that was a gap up and reversal play, and you don't see too many on the long side, to be honest. I mean, I'm just looking, not lately anyway. How's the alms doing? Alms maybe. Alms, yeah, not bad. The gap up and go. Sorry, gap down and reversal. So here's another one. This okay, the Round Hill Neo Cloud ETF. What is this? This is a Neo Cloud ETF. Okay, a bit of a bit of a reversal play after a lot of chop. A bit of a reversal play for YSS. Okay, guys, I'm going to go over my homepage one last time for the week. Okay, so there's my homepage link. If you click on it, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see, obviously, at the very top, how can I take out a subscription to Trade Ideas? Well, here's how you can do it. The cat is. Um, you can get 15% off, 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription using my code. And that works with our standard or our premium service. Okay. All I ask, use my code, whatever it's going to be, does change from time to time. Why? Because it helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and this room right here, the trading room, the main room, it's free also. Company tracks the use of the promo codes, so if they see my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Simple as that. So if you're in YouTube right now, I don't know how many stragglers we still have, but this is it's a better room to come into if you're looking for interaction with other traders. Okay. It's also open earlier. It's open at 7 o'clock, approximately 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern time. Okay. So if you want to interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. I get on the mic, both rooms, sometime between 9 and 9:15. Why don't I open this? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so too early for me. So thank you, William, right now is looking after that, opening it up. And if you keep scrolling down, you can sign up for the Trade of the Week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education, if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down to the education section. So again, this is mandatory. If you're taking out a subscription, this is mandatory. You do this. Getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering if it's the right fit for you, start off with that second video. Go to the end to give you an idea about what we're capable of doing, and it may or may not be what you want. But you can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing in terms of scans and races. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down to the scan section. So this right here is the biggest gainers from the start of the race right here. Upside versus downside movers is right here. Trend reverse, daily trend reversals. This is what you would see, something like this, though you would not see HCTI because I made a change to mine. I now see stocks that are minimum of $1. On my homepage, if you load it, what I had before was the minimum, well, I still have on my homepage, is $2. And you can always make a change if you want. I lowered it to $1 though. And then this is the same scan, except I call it don't repeat. And what that does for me, it allows me to go back and click on an alert. I have the time, I have the price, and I can check to see, well, what happened from there. Okay, so that's what the don't repeat means. So it turns out to be like a good little watch list too. Sometimes I click on these and they haven't moved yet. So sometimes, or I miss something and I hasn't moved yet, and so I might have an opportunity to still take the trade. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market active up and down. Pulsar zooms is over here. And then I do have this scan, the gap continuation or reversal scan. I do have it on my other monitor. Okay, and that's where I've had several ideas today. And it's right here, gap continuation or reverse. I do have some other scans that you can take a look at. So as always, I really enjoy having questions because it just keeps me engaged. Boy, this is getting somewhat parabolic, the CIFR. Markets, SPY's down a little, Dow's down a little, Qs are down a little. So not really much happening with the big markets. But of course, with what we have here, you can always find the moving stuff. Okay, so this CAPR, it's still up a lot, 54%, had a beautiful downward trend, now a little pop, but you know what? This could be turning into a short again. 650, $6 was the low, approximately. $6.04 to be exact. And it's breaking down again out of this consolidation. You know, this has to be watched, I think, next week. You know, the CLBT. I mean, all the room it's got. I mean, if people decide they want to play some kind of a bounce play of stocks that have been beaten up, this could be a primo candidate because it's above right now. It's above the high of yesterday, but beaten up because of earnings, and it's up 2%. It's nothing huge, but it's all about the room it's got. Now it could just turn around and this could be it, and it could have a downward move on Monday. But I think the thing to do is to put a price alert. Put a price alert around, let's say 11:20, and just see if it gets there. CIFR, you're talking about is doesn't even have. Let's see what I have here. Yeah, 64%. So you're right. It hasn't not even a one ATR according to the metrics I'm using. I know you have something maybe a little bit different, but this is like 64%. Which might be skewed because I mean this is a pretty big move. $1.37. Like what is the low was 16.20, but compared to the previous days, I guess it's not abnormal. 249. Okay, let me see how close that is. Yeah, pretty bang on. I have 68%. So there it is. Yeah, 60 or 50. Where are we? Today's 64%. So it's pretty bang on. Just eyeballing it. I should add the actual ATR in here. Let's see, what do I need? I don't care about the 20. I don't care about the spread. Yeah, Put that in there because somebody said you could have. I didn't even realize you could have the spread, but I don't care about having that. So I am going to get rid of it, and I'm going to add in. So get rid of that. And then I'm going to search for average true range. Oops. 275. Okay. We have 275. You got 249. So it's a little bit different. What I should do is arrange this a little bit better. I'll keep it. I mean, I probably should have the today's range and this close by, but that's okay. I'll just, well, what I could do is just move it down. It's not the easiest thing, we've done here, but all right. So they're side by side now. Remember now, the single stock window is totally customizable. All right. You can put, these are, they're just filters. So you can add, if you're more into fundamentals, for instance, you click on, you do a search, fundamental. So these are all the fundamentals. So if you wanted to, you could have your single stock window more zeroed in on fundamentals. I don't because I don't care as much. But these are all the fundamental filters that we've got, and you could just load up a single stock window with that if that's what you wanted, or have a few of them in there. These are just filters. That's all these are. You know what's starting to curl around is WETO, guys. WETO. Starting to make this curl move again. It did it a little, well, that was really a curl. That looked like it was going to get rolling, right? Because it took out the VWAP, but not even close. But, it's been consolidating here. The VWAP is at 948, certainly far enough away. So if you're into this one, maybe I wouldn't take it right now because, it's already popped 50 cents in that bar. Starling Oncology. I don't think. Oh, is this a new IPO this month? Starling Oncology, or a name change? Started trading as STLN this month. Last week, we do a check to see if it is a. See if there are any interesting IPOs coming up. This is what I use for checking out IPOs. Was STLN one of them? Might have been this week though, or that was last week. I don't see it here. Yeah, nothing really. I mean, there's links. That'll, there's a few big guys behind it: Bank of America, Baird, Raymond James, William Blair, etc. Citigroup. It's a fairly big one. Lynx, LYNX, 24 million shares, priced between 19 and 22. Supposed to come out on Wednesday. But you know why it dropped, Goldmine? You know why it dropped? They did a financing. Anytime a company does a financing, your share position is being diluted, and typically that's what happens. The price will drop because of a financing. So you know what I'm going to do? I haven't. This is the exercise you can go through. So I'm going to type links in here, LYNX. I'm going to put a price alert. Put it at 1. It's obviously going to. I'm going to say some big guys. Problem is, I won't know. Well, okay, I'll put 19 to 22. Actually, what I do normally 24 million. That's how many. 19 to 22, and then some big guys. So when and if it starts to trade on Wednesday, this will pop up on my screen, and I'll have an idea about what it's all about. Pretty sure it's not a. Pretty sure it's not a China stock, but let's just make sure. It's okay if it. Whoops. It's okay if it is, but yeah. So it's not. It's a US based stock. So we'll see what happens. Well, here it is. Oops. Here it is, gold mine. This is, I don't know who your broker is, but this is from Interactive Brokers. It should be, your broker should have this news, but there's the news. $6 million offering at 137 a share. So it's still way below the offering price. And that's just Interactive Brokers. That's just the news, the news service embedded into Interactive Brokers. And the problem is that the financing was done. What did it say? 137. Yeah, 137. So it was 145. There's 137. It's way below percentage wise. Now, does it mean that next week, once the shock is absorbed, well, there's no should. It may never go up, but it's pretty brutal to be that much below the offering price. But you're right. I mean, next week, once the sort of the shock of the financing gets digested, it's possible it could come back, but there's certainly no guarantees. Meanwhile, WETO really ripped. It's getting closer and closer now to the VWAP. This seemed like a Poe special. Poe must have taken. Well, no, maybe it's too expensive for you. So look what it did. It got right to that VWAP. And let's see if that actually does stall it. I mean, it's stalling it so far, but let's see if that stalls it. Oh, wow. I would have thought this would be ideal for you. You know, you love these little pops off consolidation. Well, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, will this really block it? I mean, the VWAP's 948 right there. It's the same as, I mean, it's right there. Yeah, I'm still kind of old school like that too, Poe. I don't have 9 charts, but I have, I think I've got 8 or 7. I still like having the visual, the visual presentation of being able to glance at different charts and see what's happening. So this was an earnings play yesterday, MWH, and it had a nice day. Closed fairly near the high of the day, but starting to have some profit taking now. It's at the low of the day right now. Now look at Wito. Oh, about the float, guys, 657,000 shares in the float. So it got into the VWAP a little bit above it, and then I'm not saying it completely stalled it. It did get about 20 cents above it, but call it the area, right? The VWAP area. I don't get too fixated on the number itself, but it's more the area of the VWAP. And yes, but it did not close above it at 5 minute on the 5 minute bar. Did not close above it. Boy, that BRUN. Boy, what a bounce. It is an earnings play. So, I mean, this is sort of interesting consolidation. I mean, if some volume comes in, it could have another test of the high of the day, which is around 27, 26.90. Is there any news on MF today? Probably not, but take a look, see if I've. Well, maybe. Okay, I thought maybe this was the second day, but maybe I'll just check. I don't know if I saw anything this morning. I don't see any news today on it. I'm just search. All I'm doing is I'm just searching my headlines today. Okay, obviously it's got the volatility halts, but other than that, I do not see any news today. other than low float China stock. But it's possible if I look back this week, okay, 3 weeks ago, that's when it got started, okay. So it's possible that that was the news that jump started it, and it's still kind of you know. Let me see if our news has it. Boy, they've made a real change. I know I said this yesterday. I haven't looked at our news for a long time, but now it appears that our news only looks at today. The reason I liked our news was not certainly not for today's news, but for the previous day's news. I'm sure it's not just because I've got a. No, it's only the 14th. I'm going to contact the guys. See if that is something that they know has been changed. Before I do that, though, let me. I know I checked on some other stock yesterday, but let me check on Microsoft as an example. Yeah, it looks like yeah, it's just today's news now, which I don't like. I like the fact that I could go back a few days and check out the news from previous days. One more Tesla. Hmm. All right, guys. Let's see. What else? Ooh, this one is going to probably shock me here. BLSH just made a new low. We got an alert to short it at 25. I wonder what it is now. Oh, okay, I thought it might have been like 21 or 20. So, I mean, it's still 50 cents under, but it wasn't wouldn't have been easy. Out of the Cayman Islands for tax purposes, obviously. It could be interesting. I mean, there's a big, I mean, sort of consolidation here, and now the drop on some volume. Ooh, don't normally get too many late in the day. Yeah, 53.41. Okay, 53.41 for DKL. This is pipeline transportation of crude oil. Okay. Don't normally get too many late in the day from the trend reversals. Usually, if it's going to reverse, it's usually within the first hour. You can see right there. There's 1032 right there. Okay, so since then, only one, two, three, four, five stocks. Yeah, I don't know what happened yesterday to this stock. 60 down to 50, held the 200-day moving average. It doesn't appear to have been an earnings play. Something must have happened. And that was yesterday. Let me see if I can find my. An offering. There you go. So an offering, 4 million shares at $50 a share. So there you go. It's been digested a little bit. Didn't really drop down too much. So I mean, sometimes these offerings, shareholders don't mind. They think, okay, they're doing it for the right reason. It's usually the real cheap ones. I mean, the only reason they're doing an offering is to raise money because they could go out of business without it. I'm not saying that is dare, but obviously, the market didn't care. It basically held the offering price. No, I don't think so. Anyway, I don't. If it's around, it'll be here in the channel bar, the old channel bar. Let's see if it is still there. No, yeah, that old channel bar now hardly has anything in it. I don't even know what it was. Never looked at it. So capital, the answer is no. It's certainly not here. Yeah, it's definitely not there. Well, I can always ask if there's if it's hanging around somewhere. Like it's certainly not in the old channel bar, or it's never been in the new one. Okay, I'll find. I'll see if it's around somewhere. Maybe there's a link somewhere that has been saved. Okay, I just asked the question for the old channel 4. Okay, see if anybody, one of the other traders, has an idea. Oh, okay. So it is in the trader's vault, but I didn't see the trader's vault here either. Make sure I do not see Trader's Vault. No, it's not here. Chris said it was in the Trader's Vault, but I don't see it there either. Oh, of course. The Showmore, the old Showmore. I should have known. Okay, so I guess it's in here. In the Trader's Vault. Where is the Trader's Vault? Right here. Okay. So remember, before you do this, okay, so you have to go to the old channel bar and then click on the show more. That's where it was. Okay. And but remember, do not click on it unless you've got your layout saved. Okay, because you cannot have. That's the whole reason with the new dock channel bar. But if you click on one of these, your layout is going to disappear, which is okay. I mean, as long as you have it saved. Okay, make sure you save your layout and you click on anything from the old channel bar. But I was told it's in here in the Trader's Vault. Okay, I'm not going to click on it because I have my layout saved, but I don't want my layout to disappear. That makes sense, Capital? Okay, you have to click on the show more. That's what I didn't do either. So click on new from the toolbar, and then the channel bar, not the dock channel bar, but the channel bar. Okay, click on the channel bar, and that's what I didn't do either. If you scroll down a little bit, see where it says show more. See where it says show more. If you click on that, then you're going to get the well. If I move it out like this, you'll see all the channels. Or you just keep scrolling down until you see the Trader's Vault. Easier if you do this, I suppose, but the Trader's Vault will be, it's there. It is there. It's right there. Sorry, I had a tough time figuring it. Well, it is easy. Okay, we'll do it step by step. Okay, we'll do it step by step. You click on new from the toolbar. Okay, and then channel bar. Okay, channel bar. When you do that, you should see something like this. So let's make sure that first step. You should see something like this. If you say yes, then I'll continue. Okay, good. Then you had to click on the show more, and then it's just a matter of scrolling down, and it's there, Trader's Vault. Okay, but again, you understand. Do not click on it unless you have saved your layout to the cloud. That was the whole reason for having the new dock channel bar, because I can click on anything in the dock channel bar. My layout will not disappear. That was the whole reason for it. Amaze. Ah, Monica. Look at these. I mean, big move. Let's see, from 20 cents to 22 cents, 23 cents. I mean, it's a percentage wise, pretty good volume. I keep telling them to get rid of my channel, and they won't. They haven't done it. This hasn't been updated in probably 3 years. My watch list that I used to do all the time. I don't even know what you're going to see some more. Who knows? Maybe it's pretty good. These are maybe some of these stocks have come back or something. Well, some of these stocks look fairly new. I don't remember ever putting USAR in my watch list. Boy, remember the days I used to do this, spend evenings and creating a watch list for the next day. Just don't do that anymore. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just looking at a couple of my thumbnail charts, nothing much happening. Excuse me. I see SpaceX is sort of reclaimed 140 area. STNE. Okay, let's take a look at STNE from William. I haven't. I've been trying to follow some of your posts today. So if this is what you would call coming from your system for a bounce. Let's see what on the monthly chart looks like. There's a low there, 945. So it's a little bit below that low. This is coming. Well, that's pretty scary, William, coming from your head. So not your system then. No, bye-bye. Oh man, it's like voodoo. Or is it because we all piled into it? Well, I'm sure you're out of it now because right up here looks like a pretty decent, it's pretty decent resistance. Wasn't even paying attention. Well, 10 seconds after maybe 10 seconds after I was talking about it, it did this. So you've got that big pop here. Now, if you're out of it now, okay, because yeah, I'd be looking at this potential resistance right up here, and you've got the VWAP up here. So this might turn into a short again. It's an earnings play. Lifetime range. It's way, way at the bottom of its lifetime range. Oh, look at Wheato now again, guys. Again, got to be really careful with this one because of the float. But it's tempting or teasing at the VWAP. High right there was 965. Takes that out, it could get going again. Some volume came in on that little surge. What you'd like to see is some more volume coming in. Keep an eye on it. I mean, it's still trying to get through the VWAP. Give me a moment. Well, keep guys. I mean, this could get interesting. A late day thrust. You've got this definitely an uptrend. You got a little blue wave here, but just be careful. I mean, it's all about the float. 657,000 in the float. I mean, it's trading 1,200 times normal up to this time of day. There's like potential energy. But imagine if you get a volume bar, maybe not. I mean, that's those are the within the first half hour volume bars. But imagine we get a big volume bar. Just hanging around the VWAP, still hanging around the VWAP. I'm not anticipating it's going to take this out, so I'm not buying it now thinking, it'll take it out. That's not how I trade. All right. Well, if it doesn't do it, let's take. I was may have to take this Brun, or not. It looked like it was trying to break out of here. Little bit of a sliver of blue here. Okay, guys. William, what are your plans for today? Probably not too late. By the way, I mentioned this earlier. You kept the room open really late yesterday till about 3:30 anyway. 3ish. Okay. I might hang around with you for a while, if that's okay. Some were talking about this alloy earlier. Yeah, just meandering around. Boy, there's absolutely knock, knock, knock. Anybody in YouTube? I don't think there's anybody. I mean, I could check to see, but that's maybe a few stragglers. No. Tough love with my cat. She can't have food all the time, even though she bats her eyes at me. So this looks like it's either again. I never know. Was this an IPO this month? ADIG. If it was, it's not a good one. Let's check the IPO calendar. I mean, Wheato is still there. It's still trying. So ADIG. I'm looking for ADIG because it looks like it started trading as ADIG on August the 4th. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it as an IPO. So it could have been a SPAC that turned into ADIG. It could have been another change of company symbol. It's not here though. I'm going to say, I wonder what's happened with LFS. I know it had the big drop, but I was wondering if maybe it had got back to the VWAP, but nope. Oh, Man, it's tempting, you know. It's really teasing here, guys. The thing is, you know, with that float, you get some volume coming in and anything could happen. So if I do this, it's going to be really quick. Yeah, the VWAP is 946. That purple line basically, yeah, that's the VWAP right there. Another earnings play, guys. Haven't seen this one all day, but this is now turned into a gap down and go down. And let's take a look on the weekly chart. Looks like there could be some support right here at 881 ish, and right here at 899. Yeah, so there could be some support on the weekly chart for this one. I have that Wheato thumbnailed on one of my other charts. So thank you, John. So ADI, ADIG CEO Rob A will join the New York Stock Exchange Live to discuss new opportunities for the independent public company, whatever that means. How many bad words can I say in a row without getting expelled from the room? Son of a. Ugh. I missed it. I just missed it. Now, I'd probably be out of it, you know, but I was trying to, and that's the Wheato. That was the problem. I got right up to 10. Well, I even know a bunch of French ones, so you know, I could do English and French. Well, let's see. You know, I mean, look, if it takes out 10, I mean, that could be another little jump for it. It got up to 10. What did it get got up to? Literally got to $10. JDZG for you, Poe. Okay. JDZG. Oh, nice, nice bar. Nice bar. JDZG. Nice little bar. I hope you're out of it. It's up, down. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. What was the high today for this Wheato? It was up around 13. Oh my goodness. Look at this bar forming. Okay, guys. So yeah, I think I had myself on mute, but so Weddy, what a candle now. Oh, or Wedo, sorry, and halted on the way down. You too, Monica. I still want another. I want you. I need a V bio for next week. Okay, a V bio. That's all I'm asking. You too, Faith. I've been hanging around for a while. I'm actually. I'm just trying to keep an eye on this gap continuation or the gap scanner. Wow, Paul, what a crazy looking 5 minute chart for JDZG. JDCG. So it got up here, closed at the low, and now it's at the high right now. Wheato did halt down, yes. What do you think, guys? SpaceX. I'm looking at it right now. Looks like 140 has proved a bit of a wall again to get through. We have our VWAP down here at 138. Might be too tight a range, 140 to 138 on a stock of this price. It might be too tight a range. So it came out of the halt. WETO came out of the halt, actually popped up to 910 from the halt of 857, but pretty, I mean, look, anything could happen, I suppose. If all of a sudden you get like a massive amount of buying. So toying with the idea of buying this one, 1128 is the VWAP. It would just be like try to get 10 or 15 cents out of it. That'd be it. Boy, I'm thinking of it. SSPC, guys, I'm really, just as a, maybe something that gets a little bit closer to the VWAP. This one, though, might be a little more intriguing. MBGL. This one I was looking to short earlier, but it has had a nice recovery. It's still up. Now it's up for the day. It is not an earnings play. Started trading as MBGL last month. I'm going to lay off the SPCX. I'm going to lay off it. I mean, it probably the range is just too narrow. Big volume burst for MRAM, guys. MRAM, big volume burst for MRAM. You see that volume bar? Look at the previous 5-minute ones. This is certainly the biggest one. Oh man, this was a sneaky good one. AEBI, the alert was quite a bit earlier today. AEBI 1019, 1297, just kind of 30 cent, actually a 40 cent move. Oh, coming right into the 200-day moving average. So that this could be a bounce zone, guys. Okay, AEBI coming right into the 200-day moving average. How boring was this one turned out to be? NTHI had that little bit of an exciting jump from 4 to 432, but then after that, really nothing. Let me try to answer that question. When you say how to trade Fidelity, what do you mean by that, Mark? Fidelity is a broker. What he's saying is that some brokers, like Interactive Brokers, some brokers are literally stepping in and saying, you know what? We don't want you to trade these stocks. They're too volatile. Not every broker is the same, but Interactive Broker has also done things like that. I don't know if they did it for the WETO, but they basically said, you know what, we think it's too volatile. We won't let you trade it. Now, some brokers like the Schwab and Thinkorswim, etc., you can phone them and sort of get a blanket waiver and say, don't stop me from trading any of these things. So you don't have to phone every day or for every symbol, and you sort of again say, you know, don't prevent me. If I want to trade this, just let me. And you sort of sign a. Now, I don't know if digitally sign or just verbally do it, but for instance, Interactive Brokers, they don't care. They don't care. They don't want you to. If they don't want you to trade it, there's no way around it. You can. They're not going to give you a waiver. Maybe, and most of them are the low float nonsensical stocks. Most of them, but not all of them. I'm able to trade what I would call the low float nonsensical stocks at Interactive Brokers. But then sometimes I'll try to put in an order, and it just basically says, "Sorry, we're not going to let you trade." I mean, it doesn't quite say that, but they may as well say that. Well, as William is saying, though, maybe the parties that pay them for order flow exclude those stocks. So there's nothing in it for IB, or it's possible. So what John is saying, I don't know if you've tried this, William, but I mean, John's saying that Fidelity makes you sign something to trade penny stocks. Now, are you talking just in general penny stocks, or are you talking about what we're talking about? So it could be sometimes these are not. Depends what you mean by a penny stock. Yeah, so Aussie is just like IB, Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Well, it's 2:30. I think maybe I will head out now. William, are you going to really keep the room up until 3 ish? Okay. Okay, guys. Well, YouTubers, I don't know if there's anybody there, but I have to shut you guys down. So, YouTubers, I'll be on the mic between 9 and 9:15. Okay, so I'm going to shut the stream down now.